Chapter 13:16. Lu Kuan looked at the excited body refiner disciples and said slowly, "Now the Southwest Chamber of Commerce has spread all over the immortal cultivation world. Gui Ling, broke through to the 9th level not long ago and has been sent to exchange resources with the sea race. It can be said that the body refining pavilion can basically collect all the high-grade materials in the immortal cultivation world. As for what materials to choose to fuse with the bone treasure, I won't interfere." Speaking of this, his tone became very serious. But there is one thing you have to remember. The first thing to consider is the breakthrough of the realm. The increase of combat power is secondary. Yes, Pavilion Master. These disciples nodded solemnly. Now that their Pavilion Master's strength was at the peak of the immortal cultivation world, the survival of the body refining pavilion no longer existed. Instead, the pressure was whether the future disciples could smoothly pass down the path of body refinement. The bone transformation realm is more or less the same as you all. The direction of the breakthrough of the realm has also been determined. Next is another matter. As Lu Kuan spoke, a soft rib in his abdomen flashed, and a beautiful woman with a silver-gray spirit light appeared beside him. Some of the cold Shi in the cave seemed to sense something and suddenly became lively, surrounding the woman. Everyone naturally recognized this woman. She was the silver-armored corpse, Serene, who followed the Pavilion Master. Now, she was one of the elders of the body refining pavilion. However, they all showed a bit of surprise. They didn't know if it was their illusion or not, but this Eldershire's aura seemed to be far beyond the middle nascent soul stage. Lu Kuan sighed slightly. Started as a bronze-armored corpse and used the essence blood of body refiners to change her body. Later, by chance, she obtained the extreming body. When she broke through to the 9th level, she absorbed 2 nascent souls of great cultivators. With these resources and talent, she broke through from the 9th level to the 10th level in just 100 years. However, it will be very difficult to break through to the golden armored corpse in the future. According to the records of the Corpse Kings, she needs to swallow at least 2 nascent soul stage cultivators to have a greater chance of breaking through. Speaking of this, Lu Kuan waved one hand, and a purple and black nascent soul stage cultivator appeared in front of him. There were dim talismans on it, and its eyes were closed. Although this nascent soul seemed to be in a comatose state, as soon as it appeared, an incomparably vigorous true essence pressure began to spread out. However, everyone present was a bone transformation stage body cultivator. They didn't have any magic power in their bodies, so besides some discomfort, they didn't feel too much pressure. Lu Kuan held the nascent soul and said calmly, "This is the nascent soul of the Prime Devil Sex Wu Wenshuan. I accidentally captured it in the primordial battlefield." The surrounding disciples looked at this nascent soul cultivator with strange gazes. They had heard rumors that Wu Wenshuan and many elders of the Prime Devil Sect had died at the hands of the Devil King, causing the number 1 Devil Sect of the Great Zhou Dynasty to suffer a great loss. In order to prevent the internal strife of the Great Zhou Dynasty's demon sects, reduce the internal friction of the cultivators, and prepare for the war with the demon race, Master Lu of the Body Refining Pavilion and several soul formation cultivators of the Great Zhou Dynasty personally mediated. The Blood Beast Sect's territory was given to the Prime Devil Sect, and the Blood Beast Sect was merged into the Body Refining Pavilion and settled in the Prime Devil Mountain Range. In this way, the Prime Devil Sect not only avoided disaster, but also didn't affect the other demon sects of the Great Zhou Dynasty. With the Body Refining Pavilion and the Blood Beast Sect occupying the Prime Devil Mountain Range, no one would dare to attack them. The disciples muttered in their hearts. Now it seemed that the Prime Devil Sect's territory was taken by force by their own Pavilion Master. Lu Kuan didn't seem to notice the strange expressions of the disciples. He coughed lightly and said, "This guy's body was destroyed by the demon race, but his nascent soul wasn't damaged. In this case, it will be difficult for Ener to swallow his willpower. He needs to be weakened." Huang Xiaoyun asked curiously, "Master, Can our bodies and consciousness help to weaken a divine transformation realm nascent soul? Lu Kuan didn't answer directly. He paused and said, I told you before that my internal organs were tempered with a special method. When I was at the peak of the middle stage of the bone transformation realm, I was able to withstand the power of full prime. This method requires a resource, which is the nascent soul of a divine transformation realm cultivator, or the willpower left behind by an ancient cultivator. The surrounding disciples became curious. Then, they saw a translucent octagonal crystal appear in Serene hand. This is the sacred object of the dark insect race. It's a kind of crystallization of pure spiritual power condensed by a high-level existence of a foreign race. By chance, I discovered that this pure spiritual power and willpower have some kind of extreme conflict. It's like devil power and dermic power repelling each other. These two types of spiritual power annihilate each other, creating a special spiritual shock wave. It ignores dermic power and physical body, and specifically attacks the internal organs and spirit. After the internal organs have been baptized, they are then nourished and repaired with heaven and earth yuan qi. The strength of life will be greatly increased. Speaking of this, Lu Kuan said with a bit of regret, my spirit is special. It is immune to the effects of willpower and spiritual shock waves. But for other body cultivators, not to mention spiritual shock waves, even their willpower and nascent soul are difficult to resist. They can't use this method at all. He looked at the silver blood in Wu Wenshuan's nascent soul. In the past 3 years, I have been familiarizing myself with the powers of the late stage of bone transformation. I have found a way to use blood essence to peel off Wu Wenshuan's nascent soul bit by bit. In this way, it can annihilate the pure spiritual power and create a very small spiritual shockwave. Wouldn't it be able to safely temper your internal organs? Hearing this, all the disciples understood. Lu Kuan wanted to use Wu Wenshuan's nascent soul to temper their internal organs and improve their life force. Lu Kuan said again, whether it is the early stage or the middle stage of bone transformation, the tempering of muscles and blood is still okay. The troublesome thing is the cultivation speed of life force. If in the early or middle stage of bone transformation, the life force of the internal organs can be greatly strengthened, which means that the internal organs can accommodate more life force and improve the cultivation speed. So the other thing today is to collectively temper your internal organs and improve the strength of your internal organs. After the disciples figured out the truth, they couldn't help but be excited. In 100 years, the war of the demon race would begin. Naturally, they wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible. Lu Kuan paused and said slowly, next, relax. Now, relax and listen to my instructions. Then he waved one hand. Under the effect of the void power, the 7 bone transformation stage body cultivators, including Shao Jin, floated up. They intertwined with each other and formed a circle in midair. The spiritual shock wave is not affected by the source force field, nor will it be disturbed by the body. Only the will power of a spirit-severing stage cultivator can block this strange energy. Although I only used a trace of nascent soul and pure spiritual force to destroy it, with the strength of your internal organs, you can certainly resist it. But the same can't be said for your soul. As Lu Kuan spoke, he held the nascent soul in one hand and the other palm facing up. The flesh and blood on it rolled out. 7 balls of silver blood turned into streamers and fell on the backs of the body cultivator disciples. He ordered, retract your soul to your spine. With the protection of my essence blood containing the will of frenzy, the soul will not be affected by the spiritual shock wave. After a while, the silver blood sank into the backs of everyone, penetrating into the flesh and blood, turning into a thin layer of silver bone layer, wrapping the spines of the 6 people and 1 monkey layer by layer. At this time, Serene opened her mouth slightly and spat out a ball of silver blood. The blood wrapped around the dark spirit crystal and fell on Lu Kuan's palm. Then, she turned into a ray of light and returned to the soft rib space. Although the body of a 10th-grade silver armor corpse was tyrannical, and sure Ener's body had strengthened the bones, the internal organs were much more fragile compared to other parts of the body. Lu Kuan's right hand controlled the nascent soul. In the hollow of his left palm, the dark spirit crystal was embedded. The blood in his body roiled, and a silver blood mist gushed out, turning into a net that wrapped around Wen Xuan's unconscious nascent soul. The small nascent soul seemed to sense something and suddenly struggled, trying to open its eyes. But in the face of the force field formed by the power of full nascent soul, it couldn't break free at all. In the end, the silver blood seeped into the nascent soul and tore out a black ball of light that flew to his other palm. Lu Kuan's expression was dignified. He raised his left hand and placed the dark spirit crystal in the center of the body Cultivator disciples. Then, under the surge of the silver blood in his palm, the octagonal crystal suddenly lit up with a white light, like a blooming flower, and an invisible ripple surged out in all directions. The error-free chapters of The Ancestor of Body Cultivators will continue to be updated in the new book C Pavilion. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book C Pavilion. If you like The Ancestor of Body Cultivators, please bookmark The Ancestor of Body Cultivators' new book C Pavilion updates the fastest. Chapter 13-17. The formless and invisible mental shock waves silently soaked the bodies of the body cultivators. Although they had retracted their souls into their spines and were protected by Lu Kuan's blood essence, they did not suffer any impact to their souls, but their spines were still connected to the nerves of their bodies. Everyone felt that their internal organs were directly facing the thunder tribulation, and a strong numbing stimulation caused the flesh and blood in their internal organs to churn, as if their skin had goosebumps. The numbness transmitted from their internal organs and nerves almost made their souls and consciousness faint. But after this stimulation ended, it was followed by a bone-piercing pain, as if their neurons had been ruthlessly cut with a knife. Under the shock, it was really worse than death. Fortunately, this spiritual shock wave was not intense, and it was fleeting. If it were not for the throbbing pain in their internal organs, they would have thought that it was an illusion. Not bad. The strength of the shock wave is not strong. Your internal organs can completely withstand it. Lu Kuan seemed to be able to see the state of the disciples, and he put down his hands that were controlling the nascent soul and the underworld spirit crystal, and his tone carried a bit of relief. As he spoke, the layer of silver bone outside the spines of these people twisted slightly, turning into a group of silver blood spots imprinted on their backs. As early as the Bone Treasure period, Lu Kuan was able to condense the true demon will through the blood crystallization method. The body cultivator disciples could also do this, but it was much more difficult than him. As for the primordial spirit of the divine transformation cultivator, as well as the remnant will between heaven and earth, it was more condensed than the unrefined true demon will in the true demon pool. The spiritual shock wave, just now, was also of the same level of spiritual energy. The reason why he was able to resist it with his blood, in addition to his powerful blood essence, was mainly because of the frenzy contained in his bloodline. If he could integrate the frenzy true demon will in the future, his blood would probably have new changes. Master disciples' internal organs have been severely damaged by 30%, and a lot of flesh and blood inside are in a state of disintegration. At this time, Pan Yan's somewhat surprised voice was heard. Huang Xiaoyan felt and said, "My degree of injury is 50%. Disciple is also 50%. Me too." Other than Pan Yan, who had suffered the least damage to his internal organs, everyone else was in a similar state. Even Xiao Jin was the same. Lu Kuan heard everyone's answer. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "The effect shouldn't have much to do with the attributes of the body. Little Yin has a middle bone transformation cultivation, and his life force is a level higher than yours. The strength of his organs is naturally different. The spiritual shock wave cleanses the strength of the internal organs. With such a degree of injury, if one were to follow the normal self-healing speed, it would take an extremely long time. Therefore, it needs to be nourished with yuan qi of the opposite attribute. He looked at everyone's puzzled eyes and explained, just like the cultivation of our bone treasure stage, the blood magic power and the bone magic power mutually annihilate each other, producing a destructive force. After tempering the bones, we need to nourish them with the bone magic power. This method of quickly increasing the strength of the internal organs is the same. However, its corresponding attribute isn't mana, but willpower. Willpower. When these disciples heard this term, they were somewhat at a loss. Lu Kuan continued, "Just now I used the shockwave produced by the demonic path primordial spirit. This kind of brutal intent controls the demonic yuan qi, which belongs to the demonic yuan qi attribute. Other types of willpower that control the spiritual yuan qi can also be used to temper, such as the sharpness intent of the Sky Sword Pavilion Sword Valley. After my personal experience, the spiritual shockwave of the demonic yuan qi attribute causes internal injuries. It needs to be cleansed and nourished with spiritual yuan qi and vice versa. The sharpness intent of the Sword Valley is gone once it's used. It's best to save as much as possible." Speaking of this, Lu Kuan revealed a somewhat emotional expression. Although he had crossed over to the late bone transformation stage, the amount of willpower he consumed was astonishing. The ethereal intent, the demonic true intent, the sharpness intent, the endless vitality intent, and so on. Even that time in the Broken Nation, he consumed the primordial spirit power of several pseudo-divine transformation stage cultivators at the same time. In the end, his internal organs were raised to the level where they could withstand the full primordial spirit power. It should be known that in the eyes of traditional immortal cultivators, every willpower was necessary for a peak great cultivator to break through to the pseudo-divine transformation stage. All of them were the most precious treasures in the immortal cultivation world. Wu Wenxuan's primordial spirit is different from the sharpness intent. Although more than half of it is damaged, and he can't actively cultivate, as long as he is placed in a primordial spirit environment, he can recover a part of it in 100 years. Lu Kuan looked at Wu Wenxuan's nascent soul indifferently. There was no sympathy in his eyes. If he was captured alive by those pseudo-divine transformation stage cultivators, his fate would be even more miserable. If it weren't for the fact that these pseudo-divine transformation stage cultivators were still useful, he would have killed them all on the ancient battlefield. For the next cultivation method, you can also directly use top-grade spirit stones. However, this kind of top-grade spirit stone is too rare. If you use the cultivation method of the late bone transformation stage, the effect won't be much worse. Although the range and strength of your original force field are not enough to attract the primordial spirit of heaven and earth, if I use the full primordial spirit power to assist, you can feel the cultivation method of the late stage in advance. While speaking, Lu Kuan put away the nascent soul and underworld spirit crystal in his hand. In a flash, he came to the crowd that was still floating in the air. His lips moved slightly, and he used his divine thought to transmit his voice, telling each disciple the operation method of the late bone transformation stage's original force field. Gradually, there were some changes on the surface of everyone's physical body. Everyone lit up with a layer of light film. Pan Yan's dark yellow light film, Huang Xiaoyan's dark gold, Duan Yun's pure gold, Li Qianfeng's dark red like blood, Zhao Qiming's dark green, Xiao Jin and Lu Kuan's light silver. And as for Gao Yong, it was white with a hint of gray, similar to a gray-white light film. As everyone channeled the demon energy in their body, the range of their respective original force field was different. The bodies that were originally leaning on each other began to pull apart. An invisible force field emerged from everyone's body. The distorted air formed the shape of a two-way funnel, with the chest, waist, and abdomen as the center of the funnel. Then Lu Kuan narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying pressure suddenly emerged in the surrounding air. Little white halos emerged from the rich spirit qi. After a while, white clouds of light filled the sky above everyone's head. It looked very dazzling. Under the effect of a terrifying force, they were reluctantly divided into 7 parts and pressed into the funnel vortex above the heads of the 7 body cultivator disciples. Now condense the spiral blood crystal and guide the spirit chi and life force into the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Without Lu Kuan's reminder, the body cultivator disciples erupted with majestic blood chi in succession. The terrifying blood chi even stirred up waves of heat in the cave. Gradually, the spirit chi began to stabilize. It poured in from the funnel above everyone's head, and then flowed out from the source chi funnel below their bodies. Under the pressure of Lu Kuan's single origin force, the overflowing spirit chi flowed along the funnel and formed an external cycle, circling from the feet to the top of the head. The origin chi halo around everyone's body appeared in the shape of a round apple. The core of the fruit was in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels of the chest. Lu Kuan was in the middle of these origin chi apples. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and his muscles were even trembling. His physical body and divine sense had not yet been cultivated to the peak. It was still a bit difficult for him to control such a terrifying power as the single origin force so precisely. However, sensing that these disciples were gradually absorbing the spirit chi into their bodies, Lu Kuan revealed a gratified expression. As long as the life force merged with the spirit chi, it could enter the 5 viscera and 6 bowels to repair and nourish them. My life force can already completely enter the viscera. This kind of energy bestowed by the heavenly tribulation can be said to be indispensable for body cultivators. After entering the Zhongyuan stage, will there be any special changes? Bloodline will life force, demon chi in the body, single origin force. What kind of new reactions will there be between these? Lu Kuan couldn't help but think in his heart. In the past 3 years, he had been traveling everywhere, borrowing the fame of killing the Demon King to help the body refining pavilion set up the immortal cultivation world. In his spare time, he constantly thought about the new realm of the Zhongyuan stage. Although he hadn't truly broken through and couldn't implement it, he still couldn't help but daydream. Hey, this 2-way funnel seems to be somewhat similar to the strength rune. As Lu Kuan's mind was wandering, he suddenly discovered that the twisted origin force field shape of the surrounding disciples was somewhat similar to the bloodline rune's hyperboloid structure. From his point of view, the 2-way funnel also looked a bit like a person raising both hands to the sky. What does this rune represent? The immortal cultivation world's magic runes are created according to the way heaven and earth's energy circulates. The strength rune is engraved in the depths of the great long-armed ape's bloodline. It seems to be naturally formed. Time continued to pass, and the surrounding disciples gradually opened their eyes. The origin force fields outside their bodies were also withdrawn one by one, and each of them revealed a look of joy. My internal organs have indeed improved. The amount of life force they can hold has increased by a lot. It's only been a few days, and there's already such an improvement. The internal organ refining speed is simply beyond imagination. If I cultivate normally, it would take at least a few years. Lu Kuan withdrew his full origin force and listened to the words of the disciples. He slowly said, "It seems that the effect is not bad. In that case, this method can become the body refining pavilion's unique cultivation secret technique." Huang Xiaoyun said with some hesitation, "Master, although we can withstand the spiritual shock wave under the protection of your blood, the materials required for this method are too precious. One is the soul formation stage primordial spirit, and the other is the underworld spirit crystal. It's difficult to replicate," Lu Kuan said with a faint smile. "The soul formation stage primordial spirit is fine. The body refining pavilion's mountain of vows will continuously produce Senior Ling Ming's frenzy will. Although I've used up the stock in recent years, it will continue to produce as time passes. The frenzy will belongs to the spiritual origin chi attribute. Refining the body with demonic origin chi has the same effect. The problem is the underworld spirit crystal." A spiritual light flashed in his hand, and an octagonal crystal appeared. He stroked its smooth surface and said with a chuckle, "After the battle with those false divine transformation stage primordial spirit crystal in the Shattered Kingdom, I learned that the Metal Elite Zombie's spiritual origin crystal has the same effect as this underworld spirit crystal." Metal Elite Zombie spiritual origin crystal? Lu Kuan nodded gently and said, "That's right. A Metal Elite Zombie once appeared in the Great Zhou Dynasty. According to the 5 great zombie kings, the Metal Elite Zombie didn't comprehend any willpower, nor did he absorb the bloodthirsty will. Instead, he condensed his consciousness into a crystal similar to a golden core. With this kind of condensed, pure, spiritual origin chi, he can control the demonic origin chi at the same time." He said with some emotion, "If I hadn't fought with those false divine transformation stage primordial spirit crystals, I wouldn't have known that the Metal Elite Zombie's spiritual origin crystal has the same effect as the underworld's spirit crystal. After it's activated, it can destroy the Yuan spirit of a divine transformation stage primordial spirit, producing this kind of spiritual shockwave. The only Metal Elite Zombie in the world of cultivators died together with those false divine transformation stage primordial spirit crystals." Hearing this, everyone immediately thought of Serene, the powerful Silver Elite Zombie who had reached the 10th level. Obviously, the pavilion wanted to cultivate her into a Metal Elite Zombie. Lu Kuan said slowly, "If you want to pass down this special organ forging technique, Serene alone won't be enough. The body refining pavilion wants to control the zombies in its own hands. The blood essence of a body cultivator can help the zombies nourish their bodies and resist the corrosion of the bloodthirsty will, greatly increasing their chances of making a breakthrough. This is a great temptation for the zombies. I have already thrown this bait to the 5 zombie kings of the Middle Underworld Mountain. If nothing unexpected happens, they will come looking for you. At that time, Xiao Yun, you will arrange how to form a contract. It's best to dig out all the zombies in the Middle Underworld Mountain. Low-level zombies will be with tempered body stage body cultivators. Bronze Elite zombies will be with bone treasure stage cultivators, and Silver Elite zombies will form a contract with bone transformation stage cultivators like you. If the body cultivators lose some blood essence, not only will they get a good auxiliary force, they will also have the opportunity to cultivate a Metal Elite Zombie. This is a good deal." Lu Kuan's eyes lit up. As long as there are Metal Elite Zombies and Zongyuan stage body cultivators, the body refining pavilion can use this special refining method to greatly increase the cultivation speed of bone transformation stage cultivators. Middle Underworld Mountain Corpse King. Zombies. Hearing this, several body cultivators couldn't help but murmur. "All right, continue refining. At least consume more than half of Wu Wenshuan's Yuan spirit." Lu Kuan took out his nascent soul again and said indifferently, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Chapter 13:18. In an unknown region far away from the immortal cultivation world, sparse black clouds floated in the sky. There was no blazing sun high up in the sky, but a round celestial body flashing with bright white light hung in the sky. A faint purple halo circled around its edge, spiraling around in all directions, giving people an inexplicable feeling of spatial distortion, as if the surrounding air was being burned by high temperature. A faint purple light with some warmth bloomed from this sun-like sphere, passing through the layers of clouds and sprinkling on the land. Like the immortal cultivation world, there were mountains and rivers on the ground, plants of various shapes and sizes growing, and strange creatures living here, but most of them were humanoid creatures with scales. It was unknown whether it was the effect of the strange sunlight or the special environment here, but most of the creatures and plants were purple or black, and even many mountains and rivers were covered by purple-black clouds. Somewhere in this world, a thick black cloud was spiraling. It was at least 10,000 feet high, covering an area of dozens of miles. At the edge of this cloud, one could vaguely see a faint blue spatial crack. If one looked at it from a distance, this thick and rugged cloud was like a huge humanoid creature. The black cloud outlined the outline of its body and head, and purple lightning flashed on both sides of its body, like a pair of arms with sharp claws. The two balls of lightning in its head were like a pair of eyes, twisting with strange illusions. In front of this black cloud, which seemed to be some kind of strange beast, sat a city built against a mountain. It was dozens of feet high and stretched for more than 10 miles, covered with a relatively thin layer of black fog. On the city walls stood hundreds of humanoid creatures with scales. There were tall and burly males and slender and plump females. Their heads were also strange. Some had purple faces and fangs, some were wrapped in thick scales, some had horns, and each of their foreheads had a pattern similar to a totem. These humanoid creatures were the demons that Lu Kuan had been thinking about. They seemed to be the guards of the city, and from time to time, they looked up at the black cloud in front of them, with incomparable awe in their eyes. Aside from the city, there were also 4 demons hovering in the air around the black cloud. 2 of them were males, while the other 2 were females. There were no scales on their exposed skin, but strange totem patterns. They were wearing armor made of scales, and the bone spurs on their joints were stuck in them, as if the 2 had merged into one. These 4 demons flashed with a thick purple-black halo, faintly connected with a huge black cloud. After an unknown period of time, the 4 suddenly changed their expressions. The black cloud in front of them trembled, and the huge creature, vaguely visible, opened its mouth and roared towards the sky. A ball of purple and blue light shot out, bringing with it a terrifying aura. It fell to the ground like a meteor, causing waves of air to ripple out. The purple and blue light trembled slightly, and hundreds of demons seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, and they scattered in all directions in the distorted waves and fell to the ground. Some of these demons were unconscious, some had broken scales, revealing light purple bones, some were missing arms or legs, and the most tragic one only had half of his body left. In this circle of half-dead demons, a sturdy male demon stood on the ground, wearing a purple-black armor, which seemed to be made of some kind of bone, with some bone spurs arranged on it. There were no scales on his skin, and deep purple totem patterns were engraved on his skin, which flashed with traces of lightning, as if to suck in the souls of others. This demon's face was like a human's, with a square face and a bald head, and half of his head was covered in purple-black patterns. His beard was like a small bone spur inlaid on his chin. He raised his head to look at the black cloud as anger flickered in his dark purple eyes. He directly raised his right hand, and a dazzling ball of purple light shot out. Like a rapidly flashing ball of lightning, it struck the black cloud creature's mouth. The black cloud that covered the sky seemed to be injected with some kind of energy and became denser, but the lightning inside all collapsed inwards and vaguely gathered in a disk. The mirage-like creature also disappeared with the lightning, leaving only the thick black cloud that occupied half of the sky. "Greetings, Lord Demon Lord." The 4 demons in the air had unknowingly arrived in front of this man, and they respectfully bowed, carefully looking at the demons lying on the ground. The anger in the male demon's eyes gradually disappeared, and he said indifferently, "Treat them. The space channel is being squeezed by the turbulence and can't be passed through for now. You guys stay around the Mirage disk, and if there are any changes, inform me immediately." "Yes, Lord." Then the male demon stepped forward, and in a few flashes crossed thousands of feet and entered the city. The remaining 4 demons looked at each other and couldn't help but communicate with each other through their consciousness. Isn't this a rare low in the turbulence of space? Why can't we pass through? In these people's injuries, in addition to the power of space, there's also a trace of the power of the realm. It seems that the transmission was interrupted. Strange, although the suppression of the lower realm is very strong, anyone below the middle stage of the Demon King realm can pass through. Lord Demon Lord seems to be a little angry. Did something happen? These people looked at the hundreds of half-dead and unconscious demons in front of them and kept communicating with their consciousness, but no one moved. What happened? We will know after asking. Lord Father won't kill you. A beautiful female demon with light purple short hair curled her lips, and with a wave of one hand, a black halo fell on the body of a one-horned demon with the longest bone spurs. The demon essence in the latter's body was a little messy, and under the nourishment of this light, it gradually calmed down. He slowly opened his eyes, and there was still a look of horror in them. However, this demon quickly noticed the 4 people in armor in front of him, and he quickly got up and respectfully said, "Blackhorn greets the 4 demon emperors." The short-haired female demon asked, "Blackhorn, what happened during the transmission? Is the space seal of that realm so strong that even Lord Father's power can't open it?" Blackhorn thought back to the scene he saw before he fell unconscious, and said with a bitter voice, "With the help of Black Wind, Demon Lord has already completely destroyed that seal." But just as we were about to be transmitted, a dazzling golden saber light suddenly appeared in the spatial passageway, and it seemed to have the power of a middle-stage demon king. Not only did it interrupt our transmission, but it also triggered a large amount of spatial turbulence and some of the power of the realm. I only remember being enveloped by Lord's demonic light, and then I fainted under the pressure of the power of the realm. The 4 beings called Demon Emperors looked at each other, and there was a look of confusion in their eyes. A golden saber light? There are humans at the middle stage of the Demon King realm in that realm? That's impossible. According to the information sent back by the prisoner 6 years ago, due to the chaotic vital energy of the human race, there are only pseudo-soul formation stage beings, and there isn't even one at the early stage Demon King realm. How could there be one at this level? Could it be that other powerful beings have also discovered this mysterious realm and want to take it for themselves? The few of them communicated with their divine senses, and their eyes were filled with confusion. The short-haired female demon looked up at the dense black clouds in the sky and slowly said, "The Mirage Disk is still connected to that realm. Lord Father is very powerful, and he has his own decisions. Let's just follow his orders." The other 3 nodded silently upon hearing this, and balls of purplish-black light condensed in their hands, and they started to heal the demons that were still alive on the ground. The ancestor of body cultivators will continue to be updated in the new book pavilion, and there are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the new book pavilion. If you like the ancestor of body cultivators, please bookmark. The ancestor of body cultivators' new book pavilion updates the fastest. Chapter 1319. In the depths of the city by the mountain, there was a cave abode built with purple gold stones. There was a bald devilish being seated on a black crystalline throne, and there were 2 ferocious beast-like heads on the armrests on either side of the throne. Purple spiritual light was being released from the mouths of the heads, and there were 2 devilish projections sitting on the crystalline thrones, 1 male and 1 female. The male demon was short and had spiky hair. He didn't wear any armor, only a simple magic robe. From his appearance, he didn't seem to have a strong physical body. The purple totem patterns on his face revolved around his eyes, contrasting with the black vertical pupils inside, giving off a soul-stirring feeling. The other female demon was extremely tall and slender. Her exquisite skin was wrapped in a battle armor with bone spikes. A purple scale clung to her perky chest, forming a perfect curve with her flat abdomen. The totem on her face grew on the side of her face, and the lines extended towards her ears, connecting with the purple hair roots that were as thick as a finger. The faint purple light flickered, giving people a strange kind of temptation. The short male demon said with a somewhat suspicious tone, "Luo Tian, is what you said true?" The bald demon said coldly, "Why would I deceive you with such a shameful thing?" The other 2 demons heard this and couldn't help but fall silent. The 3 of them were the strongest among the demons, the 3 demon venerables of the demon realm. The plan of this demon venerable Luo Tian in front of them was ruined by a little guy who was at most a middle-stage demon king. The tall female demon venerable opened her faint purple lips and spoke with a soft and seductive voice. Ever since the Yuan sect of the human race entered the spiritual realm, except for the cultivators who stayed at the beginning, There hasn't been an early-stage soul formation cultivator in this small realm. Why do we meet him at the lowest point of the spatial turbulence? I'm afraid there's something fishy about this. The short demon venerable said with a pondering expression. Could it be related to that spatial tide? The female demon venerable was stunned for a moment and said, "You mean the special spatial fluctuation that appeared at the edge of the spiritual realm 4 years ago?" The short demon venerable nodded and said, "Genesis Lotus, you were the first to discover the spatial tide. You should know that other than the border of spirit realm, it also affected this small realm. It's exactly because of the impact of this tide that the spatial turbulence between it and the saint's world has reached a low point." He paused for a moment before continuing. "The human race's innate talent is inferior, but the creatures of the spirit realm are different. Some of them are powerful races that can communicate with the origin of energy. Perhaps 4 years ago, a creature of the spirit realm was swept into that special realm by the spatial tide. More than 4 years, that's more than 400 years. The geniuses of our Saint clan can also cultivate to the middle Devil King realm in this period of time. If a certain race from the spirit realm intervenes, we'll be in great danger." The totem on Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable's face flickered. He couldn't help but ask, "Shui Tong, you mean that the secret of this special world is likely to be known by other races?" The short demon venerable called Shui Tong slowly said, "We can't rule out this possibility, but after several hundred years, neither our sacred race nor the nether insect race has leaked this secret. In order to keep it a secret, the human race exterminated the demon race that ascended from their realm. Even if a fourth race knows, they'll probably keep this secret." Thinking of this, fear flashed across his eyes. If the secret of this small world is known by the powerful races of the spirit realm, we'll be in danger of being exterminated. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable heard this and said reluctantly, "That might not be the case. It could be that a certain genius appeared in the human race and accidentally broke through to the middle stage of soul formation." At this moment, Demon Venerable Luo Tian, who had been silent all this while, said, "What you said is possible. But no matter what race this middle stage soul formation fellow is, he'll find a way to enter the spirit realm. This venerable has already activated the Mirage Disk's greatest power and sealed the weak points of that small world. If he wants to enter the spirit realm, he'll have to rely on the strength of a late-stage Devil King to shatter the void from the inside. In less than a year, we'll be able to open up the passage again." Luo Tian's voice became solemn as he said this. "This venerable activated the throne so that all of you can attack together. While the trough of the spatial turbulence is still not over, we'll expand the passage of the small world and send the largest number of troops that can be transported over." Hearing this, the other 2 demons were shocked. Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable said with a pale face, "Luo Tian, you're crazy. We're going against the power of the realm. We'll be heavily injured if we're not careful. Furthermore, this venerable is guarding the border of the nether insect race. If we let those insects with strange abilities enter the sacred world, our connection with this small world will be exposed." Blood-eyed Demon Venerable also shook his head. "No, this venerable is pushing forward the war in the spirit realm. If I'm injured now, I might be counterattacked by the races there and lose the territory that we've conquered. That old fellow from the Star Soul race is not weak." Demon Venerable Luo Tian's expression did not change. He looked at Genesis Lotus and said, "It's only been 700 years. With the nether insect race's personality, they're most likely still researching the spatial node that was destroyed back then and trying to invade that small world again. They'll be worried that we'll spy on their progress. Why would they take the risk to enter the sacred world?" Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable snorted, "Luo Tian, you know that the nether insect race's small world also has flaws. They also need to conquer the spirit realm. But they're connected to the spirit realm. It's a peak race. Our sacred world is connected to the border of the spirit realm. They've always wanted to use the sacred world as a springboard to invade the spirit realm. If this venerable is not here, those nether insects that sneaked into the sacred world will definitely discover that this small world is still connected to us, it will be troublesome then. Luo Tian was silent for a while. He looked at Blood-Eyed Demon Venerable and said slowly, when the sacred race fights across worlds, there aren't many chances for demon venerables to act. They mainly rely on demon kings and demon emperors to fight. The spirit realm that we've conquered is already the limit of the sacred race. If we want to conquer a larger area, we'll need to increase the number of demon kings and demon emperors by at least 50%. To do this, we can only rely on this small world that can change the flow of time. You all know how precious this small world is. It's enough to make any race in the spirit realm go crazy for it. If we don't grab this chance of the chaotic space flow, who knows how long we'll have to wait for the next time. As for the nether insect race and star soul race, we can use negotiations to stall for time. We only need 1 or 2 years to conquer this small world. The strength of the sacred race will increase greatly. The other 2 demon venerables heard this and showed signs of interest. Luo Tian muttered, "Our next heavenly tribulation will come in 1,000 years. Only by conquering enough spirit realm to make up for the weakness of the sacred world can we have a chance to break through to the middle stage of demon venerable." There's not much time left. When the other 2 heard the words heavenly tribulation, deep fear flashed across their eyes. After a while, Blood-Eye said solemnly, "Breaking through to the middle stage of demon venerable is the most important thing. Luo Tian, tell us what to do." Genesis Lotus Demon Venerable was silent. He seemed to agree with Blood-Eye's decision. Luo Tian said coldly, "Like I said before, while the chaotic space flow is at its lowest point, try to expand the space channel as much as possible. The energy of an early-stage demon emperor is equivalent to an early-stage demon king. We can definitely cross worlds. Send as many early-stage demon emperors as possible. The rest send experts of the same realm. I don't believe that a mere middle-stage demon king can block so many experts of the sacred race." The other 2 demon venerables nodded lightly. "All right, let's do that. As long as we can conquer this small world, the sacred race will have a secret realm that can quickly produce demon kings. At that time, even if we have to fight the nether insects of spirit realm, we won't have to fear. Let's prepare and rush over within a year." All right. The chapters of Ancestor of Body Cultivators will continue to be updated. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend this website. If you like Ancestor of Body Cultivators, please bookmark Ancestor of Body Cultivators. Chapter 1320. What? The strange fog of the ancient battlefield has begun to expand? Lu Kuan sat cross-legged in a secret room, holding a jade talisman in his hand. His expression changed slightly. Venerable Ice Spirit's voice came from the jade talisman. "Yes, Master Lu. Not long ago, the array we left outside the ancient battlefield was damaged. It's a serious matter. After I received the news, I immediately went to investigate. I found that the same purplish-black fog had appeared in the space crack outside the ancient battlefield. It also contains illusions that can confuse one's divine soul." Lu Kuan raised his eyebrows. "From your tone, it doesn't seem to be that serious." Venerable Ice Spirit said, "Although it's the same restriction, the fog outside the ancient battlefield is weaker. It can't affect divine soul formation cultivator's divine sense, and the speed of expansion is very slow. I calculated that even after 100 years, it will only cover a small part of the broken country. Are there any abnormal spatial fluctuations?" "No." Venerable Ice Spirit hesitated. "Although we don't fear the fog outside, cultivators below the divine soul formation stage are in trouble. In a battle between divine soul formation cultivators, they may be at a disadvantage. That kind of environment is completely the home field of the divine soul formation cultivators." Lu Kuan was silent for a moment. "I understand. Continue to monitor the situation inside the broken country. Lu is guarding the Guiyuan River. As soon as he receives a notice, he can enter the broken country in an incense stick's time." Upon hearing this, Ice Spirit Venerable let out a slightly relaxed sigh. "With Master Lu guarding, we can rest assured. Keep in touch." Then, the white jade talisman dimmed. Lu Kuan put away the jade talisman. His eyes flashed with caution. It seems that the divine soul formation cultivators aren't willing to give up. I have to cultivate my divine sense to the peak as soon as possible and completely control the power of a Yuan. Thinking, Lu Kuan slowly closed his eyes. At this time, it had already been a year since the collective tempering of the bone transformation disciples. As he had guessed, the Corpse King of Middle Underworld Mountain was irresistible to the blood essence of a body cultivator. After the 5 zombie kings haggled with the body cultivator disciple for a while, they decided to let the 5th Earth Yiksha and Pan Yin sign a contract first. They wanted to see if the blood essence of a body cultivator could really fill them up like Lu Kuan had said. As for Lu Kuan, he didn't come into contact with these corpse kings and directly came to the secret room where he was now. This place was located somewhere underground on the shore of the Guiyuan River. It was next to the Yuan Devil Mountain Range. Although the demonic qi and spiritual qi here were not particularly dense, it was near the entrance of the Broken Kingdom and was the most suitable place for Lu Kuan to cultivate. His current body had already entered the realm of pseudo-viscera yuan, reaching the peak of bone transformation stage. His bloodline power rune had also been condensed. What he lacked was the cultivation of his body and divine sense. It's really not bad. It's worth it. It even supports Android and Apple phones. Lu Kuan had been deriving body refining techniques all the way. At the beginning, his divine sense relied on a solid foundation and the breakthrough of a large realm to improve. As his body's cultivation increased, the divine sense that grew using the traditional cultivation method gradually became unsuitable for a body cultivator's battle. With the help of the nature pill and other opportunities, he relied on his higher body refining cultivation to perfect the cultivation of his body and divine sense step by step. During the entry stage and tempered body stage, his divine sense was enhanced through the mutual stimulation of the peripheral nervous system and divine sense. During the bone treasure stage, he began to cultivate the spinal cord of the central nervous system. Later, through the research and experiments of body fusion, he found the cultivation method of the brain medulla. Bone transformation stage body cultivator's body and divine sense were cultivated through the brain medulla. They were gradually enhanced to the extreme and completely integrated with the nerves of the whole body. If he couldn't reach this point, even if Lu Kuan had a divine sense that surpassed that of an ordinary great cultivator, he still wouldn't be able to control the power of the Uni-Yuan and fully display its power. 100 years of cultivation should be enough. But I'll have to wait until Brother Hong successfully breaks through to the middle stage of demon transformation and achieves the true demon bloodline. Then, with the help of the fresh demon king corpse, I can attempt to fuse with the berserk demonic intent. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lu Kuan sank his mind into his body. The brain juice in his head turned into a mass of blood. It flowed into his spine and fused with his divine sense. Then it flowed into his organs. Finally, a life aura mixed with his divine sense and began to circulate through his organs. Southwest immortal cultivation world, Qi country's abyss of death. The abyss that was once occupied by undead creatures had greatly changed its appearance. The ancient spell that covered the outside had disappeared and was replaced by a thick gray light. The air below was distorted, as if there was a special spell. The cave at the bottom of the abyss had been transformed into an incomparably vast underground plaza. It was thousands of feet wide and hundreds of feet high. In the center of this large space was a strange little pool. A ghostly blue light flashed within, and from time to time, a small mass of purple-black liquid would gush out from the bottom, exuding a cruel and brutal intent. Hong Yuntian's naked body sat next to this little pool. Purple-black lines surged on the surface of his body. They were like strange totems that constantly twisted on his skin. The liquid that contained this brutal intent, under the guidance of an invisible strength, turned into a purple-black mist. It mixed with a nearby gray, cold energy and sprinkled over Hong Yuntian's body. The totem patterns on his skin twisted as if they were alive, greedily absorbing this energy. There were even faint traces of purple-black lightning rolling within. As time passed, a steady stream of mist entered his body, and the lightning within the totem patterns became less and less. After an unknown period of time, Hong Yuntian slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the totem patterns on his skin that had become much dimmer, and his eyes flashed with amazement. Fake Devil Emperor's lightning-like energy is so magical. It seems to be of the same origin as blood and devil power, but their attributes repel each other. If blood and devil power is the energy that devours flesh and blood, then that strange purple-black lightning is the energy that nourishes flesh and blood. After the two collide, they annihilate each other. But under the influence of life force, blood and devil power can devour it. The absorbed energy essence not only enhances the strength of flesh and blood, but also accelerates the condensation of true devil blood. Thinking of this, Hong Yuntian revealed a contemplative look. The fake devil emperors that Yuan school dealt with, Lu Kuan and I encountered, were all able to self-destruct in the end. They absorbed this energy into their bodies and underwent some kind of transformation, resulting in the appearance of such a destructive aura. But the real devil emperors don't have this kind of self-destruction method. The Grand Elder directly captured two of them, but the only fake devil emperor that he caught didn't seem to have this kind of energy in its body. Could it be that the Grand Elder consumed all of its energy to capture it? The difference between devil emperors and fake devil emperors is that the nascent soul and the internal organs are fused together. One forms the internal organs and primordial spirit, while the other remains the nascent soul. But how do the internal organs, nascent soul, and this lightning energy stimulate such a destructive energy? Hong Yuntian kept thinking. He had a feeling that if he could figure this out, it would be of great help to his breakthrough in devil zombie body refining art. After a long time, he sighed. This energy is too little. If I can get the complete corpse of a fake devil emperor, even if I can't figure out the reason for the self-destruction, a large amount of lightning energy can greatly increase my cultivation speed. With its help, in just over 4 years, the condensation of true devil blood has been completed more than 20%. If I have enough energy, I'm afraid I can cultivate to the peak of early devil transformation realm in 20 years. Thinking of this, a light flashed in his hand. Then, an 8 feet tall female corpse appeared on ground. It had a protruding front and back, and there was a hole in its flat belly. Hong Yuntian looked at the corpse with a little excitement. At that time, when we fought with the Devil King, there was also purple-black lightning energy in its body. This energy is useless to Lu Kuan, but it can accelerate my cultivation. Let's see if I can dig it out. While thinking, Hong Yuntian stretched out his hand towards the curvaceous body. His 5 fingers turned into black tentacles and wrapped around it. Chapter 13:21. Cultivation had no concept of time. 80 years flew by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Pan Yan's 9 feet tall body stood beside the teleportation formation in the Tianyuan market of the Great Zhou dynasty. He quietly looked at the teleportation formation in the middle. Beside him was a burly man who was smaller in size. This burly man's muscles were also solid, but his skin was very rough. His thick, gray rock-like skin was dotted with silver threads, as if he was wearing a special close-fitting armor. In addition, there was an old man standing respectfully behind them. This late core formation cultivator who was guarding the teleportation formation was holding several formation discs in his hands, as if he was waiting for something. The Yinzi, who's coming from the southwest that you have to come here personally. Master Lu is in the Great Zhou dynasty. Could it be the mysterious Grand Elder of your body, refining pavilion? The burly man said in a low, muffled voice. Pan Yin smiled and said, "This time it's a new disciple of our body refining pavilion who has reached the bone transformation stage." A new disciple? The burly man was stunned. Pan Yin glanced at him and said, "This new disciple is a new disciple. This new body cultivator cultivates the primordial ice body refining technique, and her physique is related to ice property. Most importantly, she is a female cultivator." Now the Icebone Yiksha has no choice. This burly man who looked exactly like a human was one of the 5 great zombie kings, Wuti Yiksha. In the past 80 years, he had been constantly absorbing Pan Yan's essence and blood, gradually becoming like a human. When he heard Pan Yan's words, he said in surprise, "A female cultivator? Great! Icebone can finally be free." Pan Yan snorted and said, "Wutu, I think your Icebone Yiksha is too picky. Not only does he want a female cultivator, but he also wants her to be a perfect match for him." Hearing this, Wutu Yiksha looked a little embarrassed. He coughed softly and said, "Icebones was once enslaved by an immortal cultivator and was even abused. Although she eventually devoured that immortal cultivator, she developed an inner demon and is extremely repulsed by male immortal cultivators. Even Pavilion Master Lu, I'm afraid she won't agree to form a contract." Pan Yin said with dissatisfaction, "Then what's there to be repulsed by Evian's attributes?" Devouring Spirit and Senior Brother sign a contract, Zhao Lei and Zhao Qiming, Silver-Winged Yiksha, and Gao Yong. Of an eye, the Icebone Yiksha's contract with Evian's eyes. Just like how the Thunder Yiksha gained a strange lightning poison technique after absorbing the blood of the Qiming poisonous wood. Hearing this, Wutu Yiksha's mouth twitched and said, "You body cultivators who practice the sword body arts don't have metal bodies. Their blood is full of extreme sharpness. How can we absorb it?" Devouring Spirit Yiksha has the metal element's special ability to devour. That's why he can barely adapt to Huang Xiaoyan's blood. If it's Icebone Yiksha, his body will be slightly injured every time he absorbs the blood. Pan Yin pursed his lips and was about to say something when the teleportation array in the middle that represented the southwest world of immortal cultivators lit up. In the intense spatial fluctuations, the figures of 2 women appeared. One of them was a middle-aged woman. She was tall and looked valiant. The young woman beside her looked similar, but her figure was much slimmer. Both of them were wearing the same dark blue outfit, which made it obvious that they were mother and daughter. The middle-aged woman saw Pan Yin at first glance. She walked out of the transmission array and bowed slightly. "Hu Qian greets Uncle Pan." The young woman beside her also bowed respectfully. Fei Fei Wang greets Elder Pan. Pan Yin felt the aura of the source power in the middle-aged woman's body and said with joy, "Congratulations to nephew Hu for successfully breaking through and entering the ranks of high-level body cultivators." Now the number of bone transformation body cultivators in the body refining pavilion has finally broken through 2 digits. The middle-aged woman forced a smile and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "It's a pity that my husband failed at the last moment." Pan Yin heard this and sighed in his heart. The middle-aged woman was called Hu Qian, and her husband was called Wang Hui. After the miraculous gate was destroyed, their families joined the body refining pavilion. The Hu family and the Wang family inherited ice and fire attribute cultivation methods. After entering the body refining pavilion, the 2 families found that their physiques were special. Not only did they meet the requirements for body refining, but they were also very suitable for primordial fire and primordial ice body refining technique. Wang Hui and Hu Qian were the best of the best. After entering the bone treasure stage, their cultivation improved steadily through the mutual destruction of ice and fire attribute spiritual power. Not long ago, the 2 of them merged with the essence of strange fire and made many arrangements. They began to break through the bottleneck of the bone transformation stage. Although Wang Hui had a 4-star physique and passed the barrier of vitality, he couldn't block the last thunder tribulation that contained the power of primordial qi and died. However, Hu Qian, who only had a 3-star physique, barely passed the thunder tribulation and broke through to the bone transformation stage. Pan Yin was silent for a moment. The breakthrough of the bone transformation stage is very dangerous. You're very lucky. He paused and sighed. Counting among the second-generation disciples, including you, there are a total of 5 bone transformation stage cultivators. The remaining ones can be counted on 2 hands. Among these people, except for the youngest Xiangshan, I'm afraid the others have no chance to break through to the bone transformation stage. When Hu Qian heard this, she thought of her step-by-step cultivation. Her eyes still flashed with lingering fear. Tempering body stage, bone treasure stage, and bone change stage. There were many bottlenecks in this stage. Breaking through them was life-threatening. Among the second-generation disciples of the body refining pavilion, the oldest were Li Qianfeng and the martial artist that Lu Kuan personally recruited. Then there was Li Kuei and the martial artists of the tool spirit root generation. Then there were young cultivators like Hu Qian and Gao Yong who joined the body refining pavilion when it was founded. Finally, there was Xiong Shan, who was promoted to the second generation through the sex grand competition. These people added up to more than 100 people. But except for 5 people who successfully broke through to the bone transformation stage, only 8 people were still alive. The youngest, Xiong Shan, was already 290 years old. Those disciples who did not enter the bone treasure stage all died of exhaustion. All right, Martial Uncle Pan, is junior brother Xiangshan in the Yuan Mo mountain range now? Hu Qian suddenly thought of something and asked aloud. Yes, he is integrating the blood beast sex cultivation method into the demon spirit art. He should be in seclusion now. You're looking for him because, Fei Fei has entered the bone treasure stage? At this time, Pan Yin found that there was a looming treasure light in the body of the woman next to Hu Qian. His expression was a little surprised. Hu Qian showed a gratified expression and said, "My daughter's physique is too weak. Now that she is more than 180 years old, I thought that she would not be able to enter the bone treasure stage." Who knew that not long ago, she tried and luckily broke through. Pan Yan's eyes lit up and asked the other woman, "I remember that you have a 5 elements spiritual root. After the attributes of the true yang body are neutralized, you have a pure 5 elements body. Are you looking for Xiong Shan to choose a magical beast to continue cultivating the demon spirit art? But with this kind of physique, you can cultivate the 5 elements body refining technique created by Master. The chances of breaking through to the bone transformation stage in the future will be higher." "No, it's not the 5 elements." Fei Fei looked a little reserved. Her little hands were entangled together, and she shook her head. She did not know how to explain, and her little face was flushed. Hu Qian squeezed her daughter's hand and said for her, "Although Fei Fei's spiritual root is a balanced 5 elements attribute, her physique is not. She can't cultivate the 5 elements body refining technique like senior brother Gao. Is it because of the half-demon body?" Hu Qian shook her head and said, "It's not that simple. When Fei Fei was young, because of the true yang body, her internal organs were burned and her physique was weak. She only had a 1-star physique. She relied on the ice scale sea python to resist the corrosion of the true yang body. Later, she successfully broke through to the blood condensation stage and began the initial condensation of the half-demon body. Her physique also increased to 3 stars. However, the ice attribute of the half-demon body did not neutralize the true yang body. Instead, it intensified the conflict. Although this conflict did not have any effect on the body, it caused Fei Fei's cultivation speed to become extremely slow. After consuming a large amount of poison, my daughter entered the viscera forging stage and completely got rid of the hidden dangers in her internal organs. Originally, I didn't think too much about it. I only wanted Fei Fei to peacefully live past 200 years and die of old age. Who would have thought that she would enter the bone treasure stage? If there is a way to alleviate the conflict between the half-demon body and the true yang body, she might have a chance to reach the realm of high-level body cultivator in the future. Junior brother Xiong Shan is the current pioneer of the demon spirit arts. He might have a way to alleviate the conflict between the half-demon body and the true yang body. After listening, Pan Yin revealed a look of understanding. He nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Master is also near the Yuan Mo mountain range. You can send Fei Fei there on the way. But before that, come with me to the Zhoming Mountain. Yes, Martial Uncle. The error-free chapters of the Ancestor of Body Cultivators will continue to be updated in the hand-fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand-fighting bar. If you like the Ancestor of Body Cultivators, please bookmark. The Ancestor of Body Cultivators, the hand-fighting bar updates the fastest. Chapter 1322. North of the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Yuan Mo mountain range. 80 years had passed, and this place was very different from before. The Forbidden Formation had turned into a hazy fog, mixed with yellow, white, black, and blood red, dividing the vast mountain range below into 3 areas. The black fog area was where the old disciples of the Blood Beast sect and the high-level elders lived. It was full of pure demonic aura, suitable for pure demonic cultivators to cultivate. The yellow and white area gathered all the pure spiritual aura in the mountain range with the help of the formation. In addition to the low-level disciples who cultivated demonic spiritual arts, there were also a large number of demonic beasts. The yellow fog was the manifestation of dense demonic aura. As for the last blood-red area, it was where the Blood Beast sect cultivated demonic beasts. The 3 areas formed a triangle, intersecting with each other. A powerful fog restriction connected them, protecting the Yuan Mo mountain range. Below the yellow and white fog was a vast valley that covered dozens of miles. The roars of various wild beasts could be heard from time to time. On a circle of mountain peaks at the edge of the valley, there were houses and buildings. Strong disciples could be seen walking around from time to time. The entrance of the valley was located in the southeast, facing the edge of the Yuan Mo mountain range. There was a double-story pavilion that was dozens of feet high at the entrance, flashing with spiritual light. It seemed to be a formation node. A young man and a young woman were sitting on 2 jade pillars on the 2nd floor of the pavilion. Beside them was a yellow-furred cheetah. The 2 demonic beasts narrowed their eyes and pretended to be asleep, exuding the aura of 2nd-level demonic spiritual energy. The young woman had a beautiful appearance and wore dark yellow clothes. She held a jade slip in one hand, while her other hand ceaselessly tossed numerous nuts into her mouth. She was reading the jade slip with great interest. The other man had a well-built body and was quite handsome. He looked somewhat similar to the woman and was wearing the same yellow clothes. He was cultivating with his eyes closed. Spiritual chi mixed with demonic aura slowly gathered around him, and a lot of it even entered the cheetah's body. After a while, the man opened his eyes. He touched his chest and said with emotion, "It's good to have a strong sect." In order to provide sufficient demonic aura, there are 3 8th-level demonic cultivators in the Spirit Demon Valley. It's too extravagant. The woman next to him was still looking at the jade slip. She chewed on the nuts in her mouth and said vaguely, "To those senior demonic cultivators who have taken human form, demonic aura is merely a product of their cultivation. But to us disciples who cultivate demonic spiritual arts, it's extremely important. Not only can it speed up cultivation, but it can also increase the speed at which spirit beasts develop their bones. If the unique chi and blood energy of demonic beasts fuses with our sternum earlier, we can break through to the blood condensation realm earlier and achieve a half-demonic body. There are so many shape-shifting demon beasts in our body refining pavilion. A few senior demon cultivators would be enough." The man looked at the cheetah's chest under his feet. There was a faint yellow light flashing there. He said excitedly, "With this dense demonic chi node, it won't be long before I can try to break through to the blood condensation realm." The woman threw another fruit into her mouth and curled her lips. "Silly little brother, there are countless disciples who have died under the bone shatter and blood coagulation technique. You should think of a way to increase your chances of breaking through first. After all, your aptitude is much worse than mine." The man said with dissatisfaction, "Sis, we both have 3-star physiques and wind spiritual roots. Our aptitudes are the same. How am I worse than you?" The woman put down the jade strip in her hand and pointed her slender finger to her forehead. "Here, Your comprehension is too weak. Tempering body realm, demonic spiritual arts require guidance, not to mention the later realms. The 10,000 Arts Hall has many seniors' experiences and secret techniques for breaking through to the blood condensation realm. You should study them more so that you don't die young and cause me to lose a silly little brother. The man snorted and confidently said, "What guidance? That's just an exchange." "Umph, with your little brother's aptitude, after he achieves a half-demonic body, his physique might even reach 6-star. The woman revealed a look of disdain and said, 6-star physique is already in the category of high aptitude. It's already not bad to reach 5-star. After all, when Elder Xiangshan achieved a half-demonic body, his physique was only 5-star. Hearing this, the man suddenly revealed a curious expression and said, "That's right, sis. Elder Xiangshan said that the half-demonic body in the blood condensation realm is the initial stage. It increases the physique. Is there another stage? The next one is the bone treasure realm? Can the physique continue to increase?" The woman chewed on a nut and said, "According to the cultivation technique passed down by the elder, there is no mention of the next stage of the half-demonic body. But when the cultivation reaches the middle stage of the bone treasure realm, there will indeed be some increase. However, the ones who benefit are our spirit beasts." Spirit beasts benefit? The man was even more curious. Didn't they say that when entering the bone treasure realm, you have to control a blood chi demonic beast of the blood beast sect? Is it related to this? The woman glanced at the jade strip in her hand and shook her head. "It's a blood chi demonic beast, but it's not the kind from the blood beast sect." The man was a little confused. Aren't blood chi demonic beasts unique to the blood beast sect? The blood chi demonic beasts of our elders are all at the peak of level 7. The woman explained, the blood chi demonic beasts of the blood beast sect are transformed from demonic beasts. In Elder Xiangshan's words, their demonic power is not pure, and the effect of mutual annihilation with demonic power is ordinary. Later, Elder Xiangshan changed his way of thinking and transformed the pure demonic beasts below level 5 into blood chi demonic beasts of the core formation realm. Using this pure blood chi demonic power, the effect of annihilation and tempering reaches the best and greatly accelerates the cultivation speed. When you reach the middle stage of the bone treasure realm, the whole body's bones become magic weapons. After annihilation and tempering, you need to cultivate. At this time, you break down the bones and put them into the body of the spirit beast. On the one hand, you use the demonic power to accelerate the cultivation. On the other hand, you can draw some blood chi demonic power into the body of the spirit beast. The woman said with some emotion, "However, this method is not small. The high-level blood chi demonic beasts stored in the blood beast sect are equivalent to a kind of special spirit stone, which is absorbed by the pure blood chi demonic beasts." The man's eyes flashed with a bit of horror. Drawing blood chi demonic power into the body. Isn't this risk too big? What if, the woman disdainfully said, "Do you think we are cultivators with weak bodies? Our bodies today are even stronger than some of the old guys in the clan. The body of the bone treasure realm is even more terrifying. With the help of the blood chi and demonic power of the spirit beast. Even if the blood chi demonic power is amazing, under the suppression of so much energy, there is no way to devour the body. It can only be used to annihilate and temper the body." When a man heard this, he was a little stunned, but then his expression was a little suspicious. "Sister, you are only in the blood condensation realm. How do you know so much about the bone treasure realm?" The woman snorted and said, "I have said that my comprehension is excellent, and I am the fastest disciple to enter the blood condensation realm. I have been personally taught the bone treasure realm by Elder Xiangshan." The man ignored the pride in her words, and his eyes flashed with curiosity. "Sister, Elder Xiangshan entered the middle stage of the bone treasure realm many years ago, and he has enough blood chi demonic beasts as medicinal pills. Is he now in the bone treasure realm?" The woman hesitated and said, "I don't know." In addition to tempering the body, the middle stage of the bone treasure realm also has to help the spirit beast improve the body. I'm afraid it is not so fast. Speaking of this, she looked a little worried and said, I heard that after the Bone Treasure Realm, it is the threshold of the Bone Transformation Realm. Not only do you have to face the difficulties of refining and devouring the body, but you also have to resist the terrifying Thunder Tribulation. Although there is the Pavilion Master's body refining technique as a guide, Elder Xiong Shan's current demonic spirit technique is only in the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. If we practice well, we may be able to help the Elder in the future. The man excitedly clenched his fist and said, Now the whole immortal cultivation world calls the Pavilion Master the ancestor of body refining. What a glory it is to open up the path of body refining for the human race. If I, Feng Xiaofeng, can make some achievements in the branch of body refining, I am afraid it will be passed down through the ages like the Pavilion Master. The woman mercilessly said, With your comprehension, you should find a way to break through the blood condensation realm alive, and, hey, there are outsiders in the Yuan Mo mountain range. At this moment, the jade pillar under their feet flashed with light, and a sound-transmitting talisman shot over from a distance. The woman reached out and caught it. Her divine sense swept over, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth and exclaim, It is the senior of the 5 Elements Pavilion. Oh my God! It is a Bone Transformation Realm female cultivator. Chapter 1323. In the depths of the primeval Devil Mountain Range, in the middle of the 3 different colored fogs, there was a towering mountain peak. The surrounding demonic aura, spiritual aura, and demonic aura formed 3 rings of light converging here. In a secret chamber of a cave residence at the top of the mountain, a muscular man with a determined face was sitting cross-legged. Beneath him was a complex array of patterns. Half of it was pale yellow, and the other half was blood red. The pale yellow array pattern extended backward, where a huge brown bear was lying. It was smacking its mouth, as if it was missing some kind of food. As its mouth opened and closed, the surrounding demonic aura and spiritual aura converged here and surged into its body. At the same time, waves of demonic spiritual aura at the peak of the 5th level flowed along the pale yellow array pattern beneath the brown bear and into the muscular man. As for the blood-red array pattern, it was connected to a blood pool with a diameter of more than 10 feet. In the thick blood pool, there was also a huge bear, but it was covered in black fur and emitted a strong demonic aura. But the strange thing was that this demonic bear's eyes were dull, and the fluctuations of its soul were extremely dim. It seemed to be following some kind of instinct, swallowing and spitting out demonic spiritual aura, which slowly entered the muscular man's body along the blood-red array pattern. This man was the youngest disciple of the Body Refining Pavilion's 2nd generation, Xiong Shan, the only core formation elder of the Spirit Transforming Pavilion and the pioneer of demonic spiritual arts. The strange formation beneath him had been modified from the calamity-averting formation by several nascent soul cultivators of the Spirit Transforming Pavilion. This array was created by the Spirit Transforming Sex Soul Formation Ancestor. In addition to weakening the power of the lightning tribulation, it could also merge the energy of cultivators and demonic beasts to form a temporary demonic spiritual aura, increasing the chances of both parties breaking through. Now, the modified calamity overcoming array lowered the requirements for the user. The energy of early core formation realm and 5th level demonic beasts could be used. The yellow energy in the array was the demonic spiritual aura of the giant spiritual bear. It entered Xiong Shan's body through the calamity-overcoming array and merged with his bone magic power to form a temporary demonic spiritual aura. As for the demonic bear in the blood pool, it was a bear-type demonic beast that Xiong Shan controlled after he entered the early Bone Treasure Realm. After many experiments, he combined the demonic blood power, the demonic spiritual aura power, and the demonic beast energy and transformed it into a special demonic spiritual aura power through calamity overcoming array. This energy and the temporary demonic spiritual aura power annihilated each other in the bones, creating a destructive force effect that was the most shocking. Xiangshan cultivated quietly. He could feel his blood surging within the destructive energy in his bones, as well as the dense aura of the demon bear. He sighed inwardly. The temporary demon energy and blood demon energy all carry the unique blood energy of the demon beast bloodline. Under the burning of the destructive energy, they are constantly changing, causing the demon beast bloodline and human bloodline to gradually merge. It seems that the direction of my deduction is not wrong. The middle stage of Bone Treasure is also a further strengthening of the half-demon body. Not only did it strengthen the concentration of my and Little Rice Dumpling's bloodline, it also mixed in the attributes of magical beasts. This is a stage of bloodline demonization. While Xiangshan was cultivating, he was comparing it to his perfected demon spirit art. The cultivation of a normal middle stage Bone Treasure is divided into 3 stages. The demon spirit art involves the demonization of the bloodline. Although it is also divided into 3 stages, there is a huge difference. Now, the first stage of cultivation is not only tempering the bones, but also transforming the bloodline. According to the Pavilion Master, his long-armed demon ape bloodline has the characteristics of both demon beast and magical beast bloodline at the same time. Then, is my current bloodline moving in this direction? As he pondered, the destructive energy in his bones gradually calmed down, and the blood-red light in the array gradually dimmed. The demonic bear in the blood pool opened its mouth slightly, sucking the thick blood water that exuded an evil, demonic aura into its body. The material of the Bone Treasure has almost been raised to the limit. After this cultivation, I'm afraid it can reach the realm of great success. Xiangshan opened his eyes, sensing the material of the Bone Treasure in his body, and revealed a relieved smile. More than 80 years ago, when he learned that the war of the demon race was about to begin, he tried his best to speed up his cultivation. Without the body refining pavilion, he would have died long ago. For more than 200 years, Xiangshan had always wanted to contribute to the body refining pavilion. Previously, it was the Pavilion Master who supported it, blocking the cultivator's covetous eyes on the body refining pavilion. They, as disciples, were almost of no help. But the war of the demon race was different. As long as he entered the bone transformation stage, he would definitely be able to help the sect. Another reason why he was so eager to cultivate was because of the scarcity of magical beasts. Although they had harvested quite a lot in the Yuan secret realm, there were no magical beasts above rank 8. In the future, when the demon spirit art reaches the bone transformation stage, would he need the help of high-level magical beasts? More importantly, under the effect of the soul control technique, blood chi demonic energy, and blood thought, the soul of a magical beast would gradually dissipate as the cultivation continued. The magical beast in front of him was already unconscious and could die at any time. As such, there wouldn't be enough magical beasts in the Yuan secret realm. Only by helping the Pavilion Master complete the plan of rearing the demon race and luring in a large number of magical beasts would the spirit-transforming pavilion be able to develop quickly. He must enter the bone transformation stage before the war of the demon race. Xiangshan thought in his heart and once again closed his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered into his body, and the brown bear behind him also accelerated its absorption of demonic energy. The second stage of the Demon Spirit Arts Bone Treasure stage was similar to a normal body cultivator. It was to recover blood, chi demonic energy, and bone magic energy. However, Xiangshan had an extra part, and that was the magical beast needed to absorb the blood chi demonic energy stored in the blood beast sect to replenish the pure blood chi demonic energy in the body. Time quickly passed, and Xiangshan's bone magic energy gradually filled up. The rank 5 demon spiritual energy in the brown bear behind him also recovered to its peak. But at this moment, Xiangshan suddenly opened his eyes and looked in front of him in shock. He saw the demonic bear soaking in the blood pool. The light in its eyes had unknowingly dimmed, and that faint soul aura had completely disappeared. What? It died so quickly. Xiangshan sensed the soul control array in his soul, and his face turned sluggish. Although he had expected it, he didn't think that the magical beast would die so quickly. Could it be that because the bone treasure was about to complete, its tense mind relaxed, causing its soul to extinguish? Or is it because of other reasons? Xiangshan frowned. After checking for a long time, he didn't find any abnormalities. Then he opened his mouth, and a pale white ball of light flew out from the demonic bear's head, emitting the aura of blood, chi, and soul, and entered his mouth. This small ball was the blood thought condensed from the Blood Beast Heart Sutra. Relying on this thought embryo, Xiangshan was able to control the blood chi demonic energy in the demonic bear's body. I hope my estimation is correct. After this nurturing, the bone treasure can directly enter the complete stage. Otherwise, I'll have to find another magical beast and transform it into a blood chi demonic beast, which will take some time. Little dumpling, let's start. Your body might be able to break through to rank 7. Oh, whoa. The brown bear heard this and let out an excited roar. Xiangshan took a deep breath and focused his mind. The muscles on his body began to contract, and his majestic body gradually shrank. His muscle fibers, blood vessels, and internal organs all turned into liquid and collapsed into his bones. He used the flesh condensation technique, and his body directly turned into a pale, yellow, human skeleton. At this time, the brown bear behind him opened its bloody mouth, and a strong suction force gushed out and swallowed him. However, this skeleton didn't enter the giant spirit bear's esophagus and stomach. Instead, it passed through the flesh and blood like a set of magical equipment and was embedded in its body. Then, a special blood chi energy rolled out. This blood energy resonated with the blood in the brown bear's body. The core formation middle stage spiritual power in the skeleton also resonated with the rank 5 demonic spiritual power. After a while, a strong blood chi energy mixed with the demonic spiritual power began to circulate in the brown bear's body. This was the third stage of the bone treasure's demonic spiritual art cultivation, nurturing the bone treasure. When Xiangshan was researching the demonic bloodline, by chance, he discovered that by condensing the skeleton into a spirit beast body, his special blood would resonate with the giant spirit bear's bloodline and draw out the demonic beast's blood chi energy. The energy of the bone treasure could actually be spread into the giant spirit bear's body through this reaction. Although the nurturing time was prolonged, it could still nourish and temper the spirit beast's body. After decades of cultivation, although this giant spirit bear's spiritual power was only at the peak of rank 5, its body was very strong. A pair of bear paws could burst out with a strength of 200,000 pounds, which was equivalent to a peak of rank 6 demonic beast. Just like this, the giant spirit bear that swallowed the human skeleton crawled on the ground, closed its eyes, and smacked its lips, drawing out the special energy in its body to nurture the bone treasure. It revealed an expression of enjoyment. However, this man and bear didn't notice that the demonic bear that was lying in the blood pool, its soul aura disappeared. Its dim eyes unknowingly lit up with a trace of blood-red light, and a weak sense of brutality flashed through its body. Chapter 1324. With the passage of time, the giant spirit bear's body on the ground began to emit a special aura that became more and more intense. This aura was mixed with mana and seemed to have a rich blood energy. Its thick muscles slowly rose and fell, and the brown fur on the surface of its body became more and more glossy. It even emitted a sweet and delicious smell, like some kind of delicious food. As for the demonic bear in the distant blood pool, it had sunk into the thick blood water and disappeared without a trace. On the array patterns around the blood pool, traces of blood-red energy slowly flowed out. This energy bit by bit followed the patterns and moved forward, filling up the entire array, and finally gathered under the body of the giant spirit bear. Not sure if it was the effect of the array, but they did not emit any aura. They turned into tiny poisonous snakes and crawled on the smooth fur of the brown bear. They intertwined with each other and gradually weaved into a dense blood web, wrapping the huge bear's body. When more than half of the giant spirit bear's body was covered, this seemingly intoxicated level 5 demonic bear suddenly opened its eyes, and what entered its eyes was a thick blood light. The blood-red energy web seemed to have discovered something, and a suppressed, greedy aura and even a trace of brutality rose. They were mixed with the violent blood energy and squeezed into the skin of the giant spirit bear. Roar! The giant spirit bear let out a painful howl. Its body twitched, and it tried to get up, but its eyes turned blood red, and its body went limp again. Its divine soul was attacked by the brutal will. Little dumpling, what happened? Ah, this is the true demon will. Xiong Shan, who was immersed in the process of nurturing the bone treasure, was awakened by this roar. His consciousness had just left the bone treasure, and he felt a large amount of blood energy and demonic aura in the flesh of the giant spirit bear, as well as an extremely brutal will. He immediately used the bone concealment technique and hid his soul in the bone treasure. Isn't the demonic bear dead? How can it control blood energy and demonic aura? There is no true demon pool here. Where did this brutal will come from? Xiangshan was shocked by this change and did not understand why this happened. But now was not the time to think. His eyes, which were concentrated in his skull, flickered slightly as he looked outside. Countless blood-red strands of energy, like greedy tentacles, pierced through the muscles and bones of the giant spirit bear. They were like some horrifying, deformed creatures, devouring the flesh and blood of his spirit beast. At the same time, more and more blood chi and mana surged in, even trying to rush into his skeleton. However, the giant spirit bear's muscles kept twisting and struggling, entangling the greedy energy. Xiangshan could even feel the strong desire of little rice dumpling to protect him. Damn chi and blood demonic power. Don't even think about devouring little rice dumpling's flesh. Seeing this, Xiangshan became extremely furious. The mana in his bones surged out in an attempt to help the giant spiritual bear's flesh. However, more and more chi and demonic chi surged in from the outside. They were all at the level of the great circle of the core formation, suppressing both his and the giant spiritual bear's mana. In order to cultivate in seclusion for a long time, he stored the chi and blood demonic power equivalent to that of 4 grade 7 magical beasts in the blood pool. Although there was only half left, it was still very terrifying. Xiangshan's bone mana was quickly suppressed. Some of the chi and blood demonic power even rushed out of the giant spiritual bear's flesh and fell on the surface of his bones, producing a densely packed, ear-piercing sound of friction, as if countless ants were gnawing on his bones. Roar! As if it sensed the danger of its master, the giant spiritual bear's consciousness burst out with a sense of determination. The peak grade 5 golden core in its body suddenly exploded, and the violent energy mixed with the flesh and blood exploded. However, the chi and blood demonic power in its body was too dense. Under the impact of the explosion, only a small part of it was destroyed. Little rice dumpling. At this moment, it was unknown whether it was the power of the explosion of the golden core or the intertwining of chi and blood demonic power and mana, but Xiangshan's bone treasure, which was close to completion, emitted a shocking light. All the chi and blood demonic power in the blood pool had been transferred out. The body of the giant spiritual bear, which was more than 10 feet long, was wrapped into an airtight cocoon of flesh and blood. The combination of the explosion of the grade 5 demon core and the light of the bone treasure was barely able to force out some of the evil energy. At this time, Xiangshan could clearly see the broken flesh and blood in the little dumpling's body. Even its internal organs had become bumpy, and its soul was extremely weak. It was completely suppressed by the true demonic power. I must first seal the true demonic power, then I will have a chance to save the little dumpling. Blood essence. Body cultivator's blood crystallization technique. Clouds of blood mist gushed out of Xiangshan's bone treasure and spread towards the broken flesh of the giant spiritual bear, trying to lock the true demonic power. This secret technique was created by Lu Kuan after the first demonic ape transformation to seal the true demonic power. However, the body cultivator disciples who cultivated this technique knew that their pavilion master could easily do this because he had the bloodline of the long-armed demon ape. Not only could he adapt to the true demonic power, but he also inherited the demonic power deep in his bloodline. As for the other bone treasure disciples, the sealing effect was limited. Fortunately, there's not much true demonic power here. Under the control of Xiangshan, the blood essence mist quickly captured the brutal will. But when he felt the number of the demonic power, he suddenly thought of something. These true demonic powers, are they the ones that were used before? When he began to study the demonic power of qi and blood, he experimented many times. Every time he consumed the true demonic power, it was more than the ordinary bone treasure initial stage body cultivator. Now, in comparison, the extra part was the brutal will that appeared strangely now. Magical beast. It must have been absorbed by its soul when refining the qi and blood magical beast. No wonder as it cultivated, the soul of the magical beast became weaker and weaker. Even if it was a grade 8 magical beast, I am afraid there was no way to resist the erosion of the true demonic power for a long time. Connecting the front and back, Xiangshan instantly understood a lot of things, but when he was stunned, the demonic power of qi and blood that was forced back outside rushed into the broken flesh of the giant spiritual bear again. A part of his blood essence that was about to condense the true demonic power was swallowed in an instant, and the true demonic power was helped and freed at once. This moment of relaxation, he was suppressed by the demonic power of qi and blood again. The majestic blood-red energy, like tentacles, filled the body of the giant spiritual bear and swallowed at a faster speed. Little dumpling, Xiangshan's eyes were about to crack. Although his bone treasure had entered the realm of great success, he had not had time to absorb the spiritual power, and his spiritual power was still at the level of the middle core formation stage. More importantly, he was in the state of human bones. If he restored his flesh, he would be swallowed faster by the demonic power of qi and blood that exceeded the great perfection of core formation stage. With the help of the great success of the bone treasure, he could resist the demonic power of qi and blood. Damn it, I must get rid of these demonic power of qi and blood. The true demonic power erodes the soul. The demonic power of qi and blood devours the blood essence. They cooperate with each other. What should I do? Xiangshan's brain, hidden in the skull, was spinning wildly, but he was facing a crisis that no body cultivator had ever faced before. Even Lu Kuan had never encountered such a crisis, and he had no reference. Wait, this scene is similar to what Pavilion Master told me about Senior Hong Yuntong's accident. We are all controlling spirit beasts, and we have both the demonic power of qi and the true demonic power in our bodies. That Senior Hong used the secret art of the illusory demon mother-child art to resist the true demonic power for a short time, and try to refine the demonic power of qi and blood, but in the end he was roared by the sky-piercing roar. That's right, refining the demonic power of qi and blood. Xiangshan suddenly became spirited. After the bone treasure is completed, the next step is to cultivate my own demonic power of qi and blood. I will use my own demonic power of qi and blood to devour the demonic power of qi and blood of these demonic beasts, and then use the blood essence to seal the true demonic power. Although I can't set up the origin array of the cloud body refinement art, I can use the surrounding demonic power of qi and blood as a guide. No, that won't work either. My dantian and meridians have already condensed into my bones. Roar. At this moment, Xiangshan suddenly heard a roar, and the giant spiritual bear's broken and blurry body suddenly exploded, as if it had used the remaining demonic power in its body to disperse it. The bones of the bear, together with the remaining flesh, interweaved into a flesh defense line, wrapping around his human bones, and the demonic power of qi and blood was blocked outside for a moment. But the giant spiritual bear's soul, because of this explosion, was completely destroyed by the true demonic power, and that extremely brutal will was not affected at all and rushed in. Xiangshan felt the soul of the spirit beast that had accompanied him for more than 200 years dissipate, and for some reason, his heart suddenly became incomparably calm. Without hesitation, he released the condensed internal organs and blood vessels, and hid his soul in the bone treasure and the demonic blood power, according to the secret technique of the cloud body refinement art, began to circulate. At this time, only a thick blood-red cocoon was left in the secret room, and the giant spiritual bear's broken flesh and bones were embedded in it, and it was still slightly beating. Chapter 1325. In the sky above the prime Devil Mountain range, 3 women were flying slowly. They were Hu Qian, Fei Wang, and the female disciple guarding the mountain gate, Feng Xiaolan. So junior brother Xiangshan has been in seclusion all these years and has never come out? A layer of blurry origin force field surged under Hu Qian's feet. She looked at the mountain peak surrounded by 3 types of fog and said. Feng Xiaolan nodded and said, Elder Xiangshan came out once when he broke through to the mid-bone treasure stage 60 years ago. He discussed demonic spirit arts with the body cultivators of the Spirit Transformation Pavilion. After that, he went into seclusion. She hesitated for a moment and said, But if he sneaks out, we disciples won't know. If Elder Hu has something urgent to talk to him about, just send a voice transmission talisman. After all, Elder Xiangshan is just cultivating normally. He's not in seclusion. Hu Qian nodded slightly and sped up. At the same time, a voice transmission talisman appeared in her hand. But at this moment, she seemed to sense something and looked around. The surrounding demonic spirit, Qi. Everywhere she looked, the spirit Qi and demonic Qi all became violent and turned into balls of spiritual light. They surged toward the mountain peak in front of her. A powerful spiritual pressure spread out from these energies. Fei Wang's cultivation was at the early bone treasure stage. After feeling the pressure, the magic power in her body shrank uncontrollably into the depths of her bone treasure. Feng Xiaolan, who was only at the blood condensation stage, was even more pale and trembling. Hu Qian took a step forward. Her origin force field rippled and helped the 2 of them block most of the pressure. Then, she looked up at the sky. She saw that a large number of dark clouds had gathered in the sky above the prime Devil Mountain. Apart from a portion of the violent demonic spirit Qi flowing into the cave abode at the peak, the rest was all absorbed by the dark clouds. A terrifying aura of destruction slowly spread out from the dark clouds that were gradually rotating. Hu Qian felt the familiar pressure and showed some surprise. She said, Xiaolan, that mountain peak is junior brother Xiangshan's cave abode? Feng Xiaolan paused for a moment before replying, Yes, the cave abodes of senior Gu Baoqi of the Spirit Transformation Pavilion are all there. Elder Xiangshan's is at the top of the mountain. Hu Qian murmured, Junior brother Xiang's spirit beast is still at the 5th level. It's impossible for it to enter the 8th level so quickly. In other words, junior brother is crossing his own tribulation to break through the bone transformation bottleneck. Lightning tribulation of heaven and earth. Feng Xiaolan was hiding behind Hu Qian's tall body, and she couldn't help but gulp upon hearing this. She immediately thought of the record she had read. The bone transformation stage was the most dreadful hurdle for a body cultivator. This stage gave birth to an unimaginable amount of body source strength, causing the human body to undergo a metamorphosis. It was just like how the monster race obtained their meridians and dantian after undergoing metamorphosis. This sort of heaven-defying act caused even the heavens and earth to be enraged, sending down a terrifying thunder tribulation. As the devilish energy within a radius of tens of miles was stirred, the many cave abodes in the mountain ahead flashed with bright light, and 7 or 8 figures flew out one after another, each emanating a rich blood essence power. They looked up at the dark clouds above their heads in shock. This is Heavenly lightning tribulation. Martial Ant's giant spirit bear is only at the 5th rank. It can't be this fast. This is Martial Ant's body cultivator lightning tribulation. Martial Ant is about to enter the bone transformation stage. The appearance of the lightning tribulation means that she has crossed the blood essence barrier. Isn't that Martial Ant who of the 5 spirits pavilion? That blurry air around her, could it be body source strength? The highest cultivation among them was at the middle bone treasure stage, and they felt very depressed in the face of the lightning tribulation. Seeing Hu Qian, a bone transformation stage existence, they all flew towards her. Congratulations to Martial Ant Hu for entering the bone transformation stage. Great! Martial Uncle Xiangshan was able to trigger the thunder tribulation. Obviously, he has passed the bottleneck of blood chi and demonic power. As long as he passes the thunder tribulation, our refining pavilion will have a total of 11 bone transformation powerhouses. Hey, Junior Sister's treasure light is converging. Has she broken through to the bone treasure stage? These 3rd-generation disciples of the spirit transforming pavilion had entered the sect around the same time as Fei Fei Wang, so they naturally recognized her. Seeing her breakthrough, they all revealed looks of surprise. They knew that this junior sister's true yang body was impacting her internal organs. The cultivation time of the viscera forging stage was extremely long, and the difficulty of breaking through was astonishing. They did not expect her to succeed. Hu Qian did not exchange greetings with these disciples, but said in a heavy tone, "Let me ask you, has junior brother Xiangshan ever left in the past 60 years? One of the disciples whose cultivation had reached the middle bone treasure stage hesitated and said, "When this disciple was preparing to break through to the middle bone treasure stage a few years ago, I asked Martial Ant for help. I knew that Martial Ant had been in seclusion, and her cultivation was close to the peak of the middle bone treasure stage. He wanted to break through to the bone treasure stage at the fastest speed and try to enter the bone transformation stage before the war with the demon race. I didn't expect it to be so fast." Speaking of this, the disciples' face changed slightly. The other bone treasure stage body cultivators also realized something, and their expressions were a little uneasy. Hu Qian looked at the huge dark clouds that had formed a vortex in the sky and said worriedly, "How difficult is it to break through to the bone transformation stage? First of all, you have to think of various ways to fight against the chi and blood magic power. Secondly, you have to prepare a devil zombie avatar or a special magic weapon to preserve a chance of survival. Then you have to study the original fighting skills in advance to deal with the heaven and earth thunder tribulation. The most important thing is to ask the Great Elder or the Pavilion Master to personally protect you, so that you can collect the worldly liquid." Hu Qian said with a heavy face. The Pavilion Master is on the edge of the Yuan Mo mountain range. If junior brother Xiangshan is really well prepared, he will definitely ask the Pavilion Master to come, and will not choose this place to cross the tribulation. The disciple who spoke before said with a slightly pale face, "Martial Ant, you mean that Martial Ant Xiangshan's tribulation this time was an accident, and he was not prepared at all?" Hu Qian said anxiously, "It's very likely. If he broke through in a hurry, even if he attracted the thunder tribulation, the bone treasure may be swallowed by the chi and blood magic power. The following thunder tribulation is simply a narrow escape. We have to inform the Pavilion Master." These disciples of the bone treasure stage could all exchange for points to pay attention to when breaking through to the bone transformation stage from the sect's main hall, so they naturally knew that Hu Qian was right. Their expressions became incomparably worried as they looked at the top of the mountain, at the cave residence covered by the restriction formation. Just as Hu Qian was about to fly to the Guiyuan River, where Lu Kuan was guarding, several blood-red magic lights flew over from a distance. The leader was the former Great Elder of the Blood Beast sect, and now the Elder of the Spiritual Pavilion, Su Yao. Hu Qian's face lit up with joy. Her nascent soul stage divine sense came out of her body, and she hurriedly said, "Elder Su, please inform the Pavilion Master that junior brother Xiangshan seems to have a problem with his cultivation, and he broke through in a hurry. Please ask him to come and protect you. Hearing this, Su Yao in the distance did not say anything. She directly took out a jade talisman and moved her lips slightly. After a while, she took 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and landed in front of a group of body cultivators. Vigorous magic power surged, forming a light curtain to block the thunder tribulation. Su Yao looked at the flashing jade talisman in her hand and said, "The pavilion master has already sensed the situation here and is on his way. With his speed, he will arrive very soon." Hu Qian and the surrounding body cultivators heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. However, their expressions were still solemn. With the cave abode blocking their view, they were unable to see the state of Xiangshan's body. As if it had heard everyone's thoughts, a huge roar sounded in the sky. A ball of purple-black plasma, carrying a shocking destructive power, fell from the sky. At the same time, the cave at the top of the mountain began to tremble. Cracks appeared on the rock walls, and there seemed to be a violent force inside. The thunder tribulation of heaven and earth contained some kind of special power. Most of the restrictions in the immortal cultivation world were unable to stop it at all. Before the spiritual light outside Xiangshan's cave came into contact with it, it collapsed. The cave below suddenly exploded. A formless wave surged out from inside and intertwined with a violent ball of lightning. However, it only blocked it for a moment before the ball of lightning fell inside. Rumble, the powerful destructive power that was comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator, let out a deafening roar. It collided with the surrounding demonic spiritual chi and set off terrifying waves of air. Through the purple-black lightning, everyone saw a pale, yellow, human skeleton floating on the ground, surrounded by violent lightning. This skeleton exuded a shocking treasure light. It had completely reached the realm of great success. However, its surface was dotted with a yellow line, like some kind of special rune totem. It looked extremely strange. Although Xiangshan's skeleton was extremely strange, what made Hu Qian feel relieved was that this great success bone treasure looked intact. It did not seem to have been devoured by the qi and blood demonic power. Chapter 13:26. More than 2 months ago, in Xiangshan's cave house, qi and blood magic is formed. Xiangshan sensed the evil energy aura in the meridians and immediately reactivated the flesh and blood condensation technique and retracted the manifested dantian, meridians, and internal organs back into the bone. As soon as he finished all this, the huge qi and blood magic belonging to the qi and blood magic beasts outside had already swallowed up the flesh and blood of the little dumpling and with a cruel intent rushed to Xiangshan's bone treasure. "You killed the little dumpling, no matter what kind of energy or will you are. I, Xiangshan, will destroy you for revenge." Even with the pressure of the cruel intent, Xiangshan's consciousness hiding in the bone treasure became calmer. He crazily operated the trace of qi and blood demonic qi in the bone treasure, devouring the essence of his flesh and blood, making it grow at an astonishing speed. The bone treasure was an extremely strong defense, resisting the corrosion of the demonic qi and blood demonic qi. As the flesh and blood essence in Xiangshan's bone was constantly being absorbed, a strange wave spread out. It was the qi and blood magic aura that appeared when he was in the middle stage of bone treasure cultivation. The strange magic power that could only be generated through the calamity array appeared again when he generated the qi and blood magic and devoured himself. With the appearance of this energy, the qi and blood magic that was eroding the bone treasure outside seemed to be affected by something slightly twisted, and masses of brown flesh and blood wanted to struggle out. The little dumpling still has a trace of consciousness. It has not been completely devoured. These qi and blood magic spots are incomparably mixed. There is a way. Xiangshan sensed this, and his heart was pleasantly surprised. His mind was spinning wildly, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. In that case, Let's fight side by side. The worst case is death. Qi and blood magic. Don't you want to devour my bones? Then come, devour. Xiong-Shan's heart roared wildly, and the light on the surface of the bone treasure became bright and dark under his control, and the defense of many places was actively weakened by him. The qi and blood magic of the demonic beast that drowned the bones immediately found the weakness and gathered in these places. The twisted, thick blood energy was divided into long leeches climbing on the bones. If other bone transformation stage body cultivators were here, they would find that these leech-like lines were connected together to form a pattern. This was the bone array that body cultivators who had reached the large success stage of bone treasure body cultivators needed to carve. Elemental Spirit Array. In such a short period of time, Xiong-Shan's own demonic qi and blood had only reached the foundation establishment stage. There was no way for him to resist the demonic qi and blood of demonic beasts. If he waited until Xiong-Shan reached the full circle of core formation, his bone treasure would have been riddled with holes. Xiong-Shan decided to go all the way. He took the initiative to let the demonic beasts devour his bones, but under their guidance, he used their devouring power to carve the elemental spirit array. This kind of miniature formation did not need to be filled with other materials. It was purely made of rune patterns and was extremely complex. Xiong-Shan focused all of his attention on the bone treasure. The real elemental spirit array was only engraved on the surface of the bones. It would not penetrate the dense layer of the bones. Even if the qi and blood magic power penetrated it, it could be filled with other materials in the future to minimize the damage to the bone treasure. The reason why he dared to do this was because he saw that although the qi and blood magic power had twice the energy of a full circle of core formation, it was very mixed. Little rice dumplings' flesh and blood could not absorb it immediately. It could still be separated. After his bones were devoured, the other party could not absorb it immediately. Therefore, if he let it absorb the bones, it would only deplete its energy. As time passed, the leech-like qi and blood magic power gradually devoured the outermost layer of the bone treasure and rushed in excitedly. At this time, the demonic qi and blood magic power in Xiong-Shan's body had also reached the core formation stage. The two different types of qi and blood magic power clashed in the bone treasure's bone layer. Crisp sounds and booming sounds came from the bone continuously. Xiong-Shan's own demonic qi and blood magic power used the shockingly dense bone layer as a line of defense. When the two sides came into contact, little rice dumplings' flesh and blood essence was separated and added into the qi and blood magic power. Xiong-Shan's flesh and blood essence was constantly replenishing it. The demonic qi and blood magic power of demonic beasts are full of demonic attributes. Since the bone treasure is a full circle of body cultivators need to fuse with demonic bones, I can use the same method to absorb the demonic attributes in the qi and blood magic power and reduce its power. Xiong-Shan's mind rolled. The qi and blood magic power was absorbed by the full circle of bone treasure. The outside of the bone treasure was surrounded by black lines. The surrounding demonic qi also condensed into his bones. Under the effect of this energy, his bones expanded slightly. After using various methods, Xiong-Shan's demonic qi and blood magic power gradually gained the upper hand. It kept devouring the demonic qi and blood magic power of demonic beasts. Its blood essence was also mixed in. Using the blood crystallization technique, it kept capturing the trace of true demonic intent. The two types of qi and blood magic power intertwined. The demonic qi and blood magic power of demonic beasts were the remnants of qi and blood magic beasts cultivated by the blood beast sect. It also contained the essence of demonic beasts. When Xiong-Shan's qi and blood magic power was devouring the demonic beasts, it consciously expelled the essence of the demonic beasts. The bone essence of the demonic beasts was absorbed by the bone treasure. Puddles of thick blood were expelled. The qi and blood magic power in Xiong-Shan's body became stronger and stronger. Finally, it reached the full circle of core formation. Finally got rid of them. Xiangshan was relieved, but there was a deep self-blame in his heart. It's my negligence. There's a problem with the demonic beast spirit control technique. The soul of a real demonic beast is different from that of a demonic beast. It has a special connection with the true demonic intent. This is why it hides a lot of its will. When the demonic beast's soul dissipates, it will be controlled by the true demonic intent and chi and blood magic power. Just like when a high-level zombie dies, it will be controlled by the bloodthirsty intent. This is a huge risk. I must warn others. Just when Xiangshan breathed a sigh of relief, the chi and blood magic power in his bones became violent again. What's going on? This chi and blood magic power, Xiangshan's mind was shaken. He found that the energy in his body was comparable to the full circle of core formation. It was attacking his bone treasure. When he was fighting against the chi and blood magic power of demonic beasts, his nerve control was a little weak. He couldn't stop it for a while. Not good. My spiritual power has not recovered. If this goes on, I will become a pool of blood sooner or later. My bones already have a demonic attribute. I can only use the method of refining the bone treasure to guide the chi and blood magic power. Only then will I have a chance to live. Xiangshan didn't even have time to breathe in the face of such a change. He could only use the method of breaking through to the bone transformation stage to forcibly refine himself. At the same time, he took out a high-level spirit stone and placed it in the center of his ribs. He crazily absorbed the spirit energy inside. Fortunately, he was an elder of the spirit pavilion. Otherwise, with the status of a bone treasure stage body cultivator, he wouldn't be able to get a spirit stone of this level. After it was used to refine the bone treasure, the evil energy became stable. The bone treasure emitted a blood red and yellow light. But the spirit essence array pattern on the surface of the bone, which was swallowed by the chi and blood magic power, became dim under the corrosion of the chi and blood magic power. No, the bone treasure was penetrated by the chi and blood magic power. It needs to be filled. Just as this idea flashed through his mind, he felt his chi and blood magic power tremble. The flesh and blood essence of the little dumpling was trying to break away. Little dumpling. Xiangshan could sense the weak consciousness of the little dumpling in the flesh and blood. The man and the bear had already reached this stage of telepathy. The giant spirit bear was aware of this flaw. Its flesh and blood essence struggled to break out and spread to the gap in the spirit essence array pattern on the bone. Xiangshan was stunned, but then he understood. He took the initiative to cooperate with it. A glimmer of hope appeared in his heart. That's right. The Pavilion Master taught me a special treasure refining method that can fuse with the bone treasure. This way, the body cultivator's soul that was swallowed by the chi and blood magic power can fuse with this special treasure. The soul can survive as a tool spirit. Then I can use the little dumpling's flesh and blood essence as a kind of treasure that fuses with a tool spirit. It can completely fuse with the bone treasure. Although its body has fallen, its soul and flesh can fuse with the bone treasure. Maybe it can become the tool spirit of my bone treasure and survive in another way. Xiangshan's feelings for the little dumpling were extremely deep. With this hope, the thoughts in his mind ran at an astonishing speed. The chi and blood magic power, the little dumpling's flesh and blood essence, and the light of the bone treasure intertwined and flashed. Strips of yellow flesh and blood essence filled the bottom of the spirit essence array pattern. The bones of the whole body expanded slightly. Under the strange changes of chi and demonic energy, yellow patterns also appeared around these elemental spirit arrays. When they combined together, they looked like special totem patterns. Xiangshan used this method to repair the damage of the bone treasure and also consumed a part of the chi and blood magic power. But as time passed, he still felt the horror of this evil energy. The magic power of the demon attribute in the bones, in terms of energy level, was completely no match for it. Even if the chi and blood magic power was weakened, after refining the bone treasure, it had the tendency to swallow it. Hey, wait, why is it not swallowing? Just when Xiangshan was at his wit's end, he suddenly found that when the qi and blood magic power tried to swallow the bones, it encountered the true demon that was sealed in the depths of his bone marrow cavity and directly avoided it. Strange, isn't the true demon will and qi and blood magic of the same origin? Why do they repel each other? Is it because the qi and blood magic power of the magical beast and my qi and blood magic power fight? Or is the attribute of the qi and blood magic power different from the energy of the true demon will? Xiangshan couldn't think of the reason, but this was obviously a life-saving straw. He would condense the blood crystal of the true demon will and wander around. Whenever the qi and blood magic power finished refining the bones and wanted to swallow, he would run the crystal of the true demon to close in and force the demon power back. In this way, the surrounding demonic qi, spiritual qi, and demon qi continued to gather toward the deformed human bones. As time passed, an invisible force suddenly emerged from the body. Chapter 13:27. Rumble, the thunderclouds in the sky kept rolling, filled with a terrifying destructive power. Xiangshan's thick human bones floated on the ground, surrounded by the first lightning tribulation ball, making crackling sounds. I actually completed the self-refining and formed the source strength of my physical body. Although Xiangshan was in the middle of the lightning tribulation, he still felt that it was incredible. His bone treasure, which became a mess because of the qi and blood demonic power, actually crossed the first threshold of the bone transformation stage. My physical body has improved and become a 6-star physique. In other words, I have to face a total of 5 lightning tribulations. Xiangshan felt the suffocating destructive aura in the sky, and his heart was heavy. The first lightning tribulation of the early nascent soul stage had damaged his bone treasure. Moreover, he had not learned any source strength combat skills, nor had he prepared any other means to pass the tribulation. How would he pass the next 4 lightning tribulations at this moment? A deep voice came from afar. Xiangshan, time is of the essence. I will teach you the defensive combat skill, Source Strength Vortex. Pavilion Master. The Pavilion Master is here. Xiangshan's mind quickly had an additional technique about the operation of the Source Strength field. At the same time, the first lightning tribulation had completely dissipated. A cool energy accompanied by rich, demonic aura rushed into the bone treasure. Don't think about anything else. Just focus on passing the tribulation. I didn't have any source strength combat skills back then, but I still passed the 9 lightning tribulations. You are the forerunner of the demon spirit art. How can a mere 5 lightning tribulations stump you? Yes, the corrosion of qi and blood demonic power, the devouring of qi and blood demonic power. I have withstood it. What is there to be afraid of? His spirit was lifted, and he threw all the fear in his heart aside. While using the cool aura of life, he merged his qi and blood demonic power with his bone magic power. At the same time, he comprehended the source strength vortex that Lu Kuan taught him. Lu Kuan's burly body shot over from afar, and a distorted force field surged around his body. He noticed when the demonic aura moved, and then he felt the aura of the lightning tribulation. He knew that Xiangshan's disciple was going through the tribulation. There must be something wrong with breaking through without informing him. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have many means to interfere with the heavenly lightning tribulation. But it's different now. Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. He drew an arc in the sky and flew above the dark tribulation clouds. Then, his body emitted a silver light as he circled in the sky at an astonishing speed. A huge silver ring of light with a diameter of 600 feet appeared. The air within the ring of light was distorted, forming a terrifying vortex with ripples in the air. The demonic yuan and spiritual yuan that were converging toward the tribulation clouds seemed to be affected by some kind of powerful suction force as they were forcibly changed direction and surged towards the silver ring of light. Even the yuan qi in the tribulation cloud showed signs of dispersing. The black vortex with lightning inside slowed down at a visible rate. Although the destructive aura was still there, the speed at which it condensed was almost stagnant. At this very moment, all the surrounding immortal cultivators and body cultivators felt a pressure even more terrifying than the lightning tribulation fill the air. Hu Qian, a bone transformation stage body cultivator, was slightly better off, but other cultivators with demonic or magical power, even Su Yao, a late nascent soul stage powerhouse, felt abnormally suppressed under this pressure, and the demonic power in their bodies became stagnant. Even the forbidden formation outside the Yuan Devil Mountain range was forcibly pressed down by this terrifying pressure by several feet. Fortunately, the silver ring of light flew higher into the sky as it rotated, and the pressure gradually faded away. After an unknown period of time, in the distant sky, a huge ball of silver light exploded. Rings of Yuan Qi spread out in all directions. The demonic aura within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was stirred up by this terrifying wave of Yuan Qi. Even the immortal cultivators guarding the entrance of the broken country could feel the frightening fluctuations of the Yuan Devil Mountain range. In a short while, Lu Kuan's burly body fell from the sky like a silver lightning bolt. When he arrived near Hu Qian and the others, he stopped instantly. Only the air under his feet twisted in an arc, and there wasn't even any strong wind. This scene of rapid change to stop, as if there was no inertia, made the nearby body cultivators and immortal cultivators feel a great contrast. Those with low cultivation even felt dizzy and nauseous. Lu Kuan didn't pay attention to the others. He looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky that were beginning to condense the second lightning tribulation again, but at a very slow speed. He said in a deep voice, "Hu Qian, tell me what happened." Hu Qian came back to her senses and said respectfully, "Pavilion Master, this disciple has just arrived at the Yuan Devil Mountain range and was about to visit junior brother Xiangshan. But when I got close, I saw the riot of demonic aura and the lightning tribulation in the sky." According to the other disciples, junior brother Xiangshan hasn't left the mountain since he entered the bone treasure stage. Now that he suddenly broke through to the bone transformation stage, it's very likely that something went wrong with his cultivation. That's all this disciple knows. Lu Kuan nodded gently and looked at the yellow stripes on the surface of Xiangshan's bones. He could naturally see that there were lines of the elemental spirit array inside, but he didn't know why these lines were twisted into the appearance of a strange totem. This kid told me that as soon as he entered the bone treasure stage, he came to learn origin power battle skills. It seems that he has encountered some kind of special accident. Not only did he break through from the peak of the bone treasure stage to the bone treasure stage, but he also had to forcibly break through the bottleneck of the bone transformation stage. Lu Kuan roughly guessed what happened to Xiangshan, but now what he could do was to use the powerful magical power of the One Yuan force to draw away the qi of heaven and earth and slow down the speed of the lightning tribulation. If he helped the other to resist the lightning tribulation, this body cultivator disciple would also explode and die due to the lack of life force. Xiangshan, don't save your demonic energy for the next lightning tribulation. Use the power of the void to cast the origin power vortex defense. Only by restoring a complete physical body can you have a chance to survive the following lightning tribulation. While speaking, Lu Kuan waved one hand, and a group of pure demon stones from the demon clan, plus a few high-grade spirit stones, were thrown to Xiangshan's feet. As if hearing Lu Kuan's words, the origin power field around Xiangshan's body began to distort, quickly absorbing the rich demonic spirit qi around him. Even the scattered demon qi was absorbed into his bones. Wait, this little guy is also absorbing demon qi. After Lu Kuan discovered this, his expression changed, and a majestic divine sense surged out of his body and explored the demon valley dozens of miles away. Before, when he used his divine sense to transmit sound, everyone only felt that his divine sense was strong, and there was no other special feeling. But at this time, under the close range, the surrounding immortal cultivators and body cultivators had a completely different reaction. The body cultivator disciple seemed to have relaxed the nerves of his physical body, and there was an indescribable smoothness. The souls of several nascent soul stage cultivators did not suffer too much pressure, but their whole body was covered in goosebumps. Su Yao was a little better, but the two nascent soul stage demonic cultivators next to her even felt that their bodies were out of control. As Lu Kuan's divine sense surged out, a dark blue spirit light rose from the demon valley not far away, carrying a pressure unique to a Class 8 demon beast, and shot toward them. It did not take too long to cover the distance of dozens of miles. Soon, a fat yellow bear man landed in front of Lu Kuan and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." This Class 8 demon bear was Feng Xiaobo's sea bear beast, Xiongda. He was the most talented sea bear beast in the past, and had been cultivating in the Demon Valley in the Yuan Devil Mountain range for the past 100 years. Lu Kuan threw a high-grade spirit stone and ordered, "Xiongda, convert demon chi with all your might and transfer it to this body cultivator disciple below." The fat bear man did not dare to be negligent. His figure flashed and landed not far from the peak. He held the high-grade spirit stone in his hand, and the demon chi in his body surged. Then, a dense demon chi was emitted and surged toward Xiangshan's bones. During this period of delay, the second thunder tribulation finally formed in the sky. A bright lightning dragon descended from the sky and blasted towards the mountain peak. Although Xiangshan had never learned an origin energy battle skill before, Lu Kuan's heaven-defying divine ability of full origin force was able to delay the second bolt of tribulation lightning for 15 minutes, allowing Xiangshan to barely grasp how to use it. The air 10 feet above the human bones twisted, forming a pale yellow vortex. At first, the speed of rotation was a little slow, but then it became faster and faster, and an astonishing twisting force emerged from inside. Rumble! The thick lightning dragon blasted directly on the vortex. The two forces intertwined for a moment, and the origin energy vortex was completely destroyed, but the power of the thunder tribulation was also reduced by a lot. Then Xiangshan did not continue to use the power of the void. Within 2 feet of the surface of his head, 2 small vortexes the size of a palm were barely condensed. As soon as all this was done, the thunder pillar fell. The destructive power of the peak of the early nascent soul stage, even if it was weakened by the void vortex, was still extremely terrifying. Bang! The huge force directly blasted Xiangshan's bones to the ground. The 2 small origin energy vortexes did not last long before they shattered. The bright lightning kept flashing on his bones. When Xiangshan entered the middle stage of the bone treasure, he was not sure about the future development direction. He engraved a sturdy array. With the toughness of the bone treasure and the 2 vortexes of origin energy, he withstood the second thunder tribulation. Feeling a large amount of life force and rich demon chi pouring into his body, Xiangshan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly absorbed it. Under the influx of this life force, the chi and blood demon chi and the bone spiritual power in his body temporarily merged together and formed demon chi. Then he used the flesh and blood condensation method to release the flesh and blood essence in the chi and blood demon chi. Small blood vessels, muscle fibers, internal organs gradually appeared from the surface of the bones. But just when these flesh and blood were squeezed out a few inches and revealed flesh and blood sprouts, they suddenly got stuck on the surface of the bones as if they were blocked by something and stopped. What's going on? Flesh and blood essence. Xiangshan was horrified to find that the flesh and blood essence separated from the chi and blood demon chi was very different from his original. It was mixed with a lot of different flesh and blood. I understand. This is the flesh and blood of the little dumpling. Its bone essence is integrated into the bone treasure, and the other flesh and blood essence is combined with the chi and blood demon chi. Xiangshan reacted at this time. The flesh and blood essence of him and the little dumpling were mixed together. The flesh and blood essence was very different from before it was condensed. He could not use the previous method to release it. What's going on? Lu Kuan seemed to have sensed something and sent a sound transmission over. Xiangshan hurriedly told Lu Kuan about the situation. Lu Kuan made a prompt decision and said, "Reverse the condensing of flesh and blood. Your physical body and divine sense cultivation are not enough. Let me help you." As he spoke, his majestic divine sense surged, and a bright silver blood essence appeared in his hand. Then he flicked his finger, and the blood essence shot down to the mountain peak below, landing on Xiangshan's spine. Then his burly body once again soared into the sky, trying to delay the birth of the next lightning tribulation. On the mountain peak, Xiangshan immediately felt a special divine sense enter his spinal nerves. Threads of pure divine sense were like a dense network, connecting the neurons of his flesh and blood essence together. The flesh and blood stuck on the surface of the bones, under the control of this power, continued to extend outwards. Muscle fibers thicker than a normal human's, blood vessels with strange shapes, and internal organs gushed out one after another. Then, under everyone's surprised gazes, Xiangshan's bones were filled up, gradually turning into an 8 feet tall brown bearman. He had the 4 limbs of a human, and his muscles were extremely thick. His hands and feet were shaped like a bear's paws, and his skin was covered with a layer of brown hair. His face was similar to Xiangshan's original appearance, but he had the nose and fangs of a giant spirit bear, looking extremely ferocious. But just as this bearman was about to stand up, he staggered and fell to the ground. He seemed to be unable to even stand up. Chapter 1328. What's going on? Why is little rice dumpling's flesh still in conflict with mine? Xiangshan lay on the ground without any expression on his face, but his eyes were filled with anxiety and confusion. At this time, Lu Kuan had already flown to the sky and re-manifested the silver halo. He was trying his best to draw away the chi of heaven and earth, but he did not have the energy to ask about Xiangshan's condition. No, the flesh is unified, but little rice dumpling's remnant consciousness still exists and has a weak control over the flesh. It's in conflict with my nerves. The flesh and blood have been merged. Is this using the divine sense fusion technique? Wait, the flesh and blood devoured by chi and blood demonic power. The fusion of human and demonic beast bodies. Xiangshan's mind suddenly flashed with a light. Isn't this the blood beast sex spirit adhesion technique? The blood beast sex ancestor, Han Jing, created a secret technique in the Yuan secret realm that can merge chi and blood demonic beasts into one's body to strengthen the body of immortal cultivators. I can totally use it. Now little rice dumpling's remnant soul is equivalent to half of the bone treasure spirit. Both of their muscle fibers are attached to the bones. If I use the bone treasure as a medium and blood thought and demonic energy as energy, can I use the spirit adhesion technique? Xiangshan whispered in his heart. The blood thought that he cultivated to restrain chi and blood demonic power flowed into the bones, and the temporarily merged demonic energy also surged. The yellow totem patterns on the bone treasure gradually lit up. Little rice dumpling's remnant consciousness and Xiangshan's body and consciousness were all transferred to the spine. A surge of chi and blood like that of a demonic beast soared into the sky. The thick muscles on Xiangshan's body began to twitch slightly. As time passed, the huge brown body slowly climbed up like a baby. When he stood up on one leg, the twitching muscles could contract stably, and he stood up with a whoosh. Then, a 2-foot-thick circle of twisting force field surged out of Xiangshan's brown hair. A layer of yellow light film appeared on the air sac, as if it had completely controlled the body. This method is different from the fusion technique. It's a bit like the blood beast sex spirit adhesion technique. Lu Kuan had returned to the mountain peak. He sensed the situation of Xiong Shan's body through the drop of blood essence, and his eyes flashed with contemplation. Boom! At this time, a deafening sound of thunder came from high up in the sky. Dense lightning flashed with a purple-black halo and sprinkled down from the sky. Seeing this, Lu Kuan's expression changed. The heavenly tribulation is indeed powerful. It can continuously absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. The yuan qi of heaven and earth that I sent away earlier has already returned, and it has only been extended for a quarter of an hour. Roar. Xiong Shan raised his head, his eyes reflecting a purple light. He let out an angry roar and crossed his sturdy arms over his head. The 2-foot-long origin force field twisted inside, forming 4 yellow vortexes of origin energy. When Lu Kuan sensed this surge of power, the worry in his eyes receded quite a bit. My physical body's strength has increased. Now, the twisting force in my source energy vortex has reached 600,000 Jin. Boom! The dense rain of lightning drowned Xiong Shan. Most of the flashing lightning was absorbed by the 4 powerful source energy vortexes. The remaining small portion landed on his body, burning his hair and cracking his skin. The small amount of lightning tribulation entered his body, unable to cause too much damage. With the disappearance of the 3rd tribulation lightning, rich vitality mixed with demonic qi poured into Xiong Shan's body. At this moment, Lu Kuan was slightly taken aback. His drop of blood essence instantly lost its connection, as if it had been devoured. The divine sense within it lost its host and returned to his body. What's going on? Xiong Shan's physical body, which had used the spirit adhesion technique, seemed to have undergone some kind of mutation after the 3rd tribulation lightning. An even richer vitality energy soared into the sky. The demonic qi that surrounded him suddenly condensed behind him, turning into a body more than 10 feet tall. It also had the appearance of a giant bear, but the skin under its brown fur had turned black, looking as rough as a rock. In addition, the most eye-catching thing was the pair of bear paws that were larger than its head. The rock-like palm lines were clearly visible, and a heavy pressure spread out from this phantom. As the phantom took shape, Xiong Shan's paws and skin under his fur began to twist. After a while, apart from his body being only 8 feet tall, his physical body was exactly the same as the phantom. Not far away, the Class 8 sea bear that was converting demonic qi saw this phantom, and its small eyes almost flew out. This is the earth-shaking bear. How is it possible? How could this physique cultivator awaken the bloodline of an ancient demonic beast? His spiritual beast is the giant spiritual bear, but I, Xiongda, have the best aptitude in the sea bear clan. After coming to the land for so many years, I still haven't awakened my bloodline. How could this low-level giant spiritual bear awaken its ancestral bloodline? Demonic spirit technique. This physique cultivation technique that evolved from the spirit assimilation technique is too incredible. Not to mention the Class 8 sea bear, the onlooking immortal cultivators and physique cultivators were also stunned after feeling the pressure of the giant spiritual bear's phantom. The treasure bone stage physique cultivators who practiced the demonic spirit technique were extremely excited. This is the strengthening of the half-demon body and the further improvement of the bloodline. It is said that the Pavilion Master once manifested the long-armed demon ape phantom. Is Elder Xiong Shan's current physical body equivalent to the Pavilion Master's half-demon body? Earth-shaking bear. Could it be that the giant spiritual bear is a branch of the earth-shaking bear? Lu Kuan stared at the illusionary figure, especially the pair of giant palms. His expression suddenly changed as he transmitted his voice to Xiong Shan. Xiong Shan, there are still 2 more lightning tribulations. I'll teach you another offensive battle skill, vibrating palm. Xiong Shan stared blankly at his own bare paw, and only came back to his senses when he heard Lu Kuan's words. As the origin force in his mind displayed the technique, The origin force field around his right bare paw quickly began to distort. Rumble. At this time, the sky rumbled again. The fourth lightning tribulation was born in the tribulation cloud vortex, and a giant lightning ball comparable to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage surged out. The interval between the lightning tribulations seemed to have become shorter. After Xiangshan's bare paw grew bigger, it seemed that it was easy for him to grasp the seismic palm technique. His right palm had already manifested 2 layers of distorted force field, and waves of seismic force were rolling inside. He raised his giant palm and slapped it fiercely at the lightning ball that was falling down. The purplish-black lightning and the yellow seismic force collided. The purplish-black light rolled violently, and the destructive power inside was even more turbulent. Although the power of the lightning tribulation had increased by a lot, after Xiangshan awakened the earth-shaking bear bloodline, his strength had increased by another level, reaching a strength of 350,000 kilograms. With the support of the seismic palm, the power of this attack was not inferior to any mid-nascent soul stage power. As the two sides intertwined, Xiangshan's other bear paw also prepared the same seismic force and attacked from a side. The two terrifying seismic forces intertwined, and the giant lightning ball could no longer withstand it. It shattered, turning into a tiny lightning dragon, and sprinkled on Xiangshan's body. His brown fur became even more charred in the lightning, but the rock-like skin had extremely strong defensive power. After the lightning dissipated, it was only a little dried up. As more life force entered his body, the earth-shaking bear illusion behind Xiangshan collapsed, turning into pure demonic qi, and poured into his body. The muscles under his fur became more solid. Rumble, the violent qi of heaven and earth gathered crazily. The fifth lightning tribulation had already formed, and its brewing speed was getting faster and faster. The heavenly tribulation is really not easy to interfere with. Unless I can absorb a large amount of demonic qi into my body in one breath, this method will only speed up the subsequent lightning tribulation. But Xiangshan should be able to survive the last lightning tribulation. The earth-shaking bear not only strengthened his strength, but also gave him an extra layer of physical defense. With a huge mutated palm, the power of the seismic palm is much stronger than other body cultivators. Lu Kuan looked at Xiangshan's half-human, half-demon body and made a judgment in his heart. After a few breaths, a lightning pillar as thick as a millstone, with a rich halo, fell straight down. Not only did it contain the power of the mid-nascent soul stage, but it also contained the qi of heaven and earth. Xiangshan's eyes flashed with excitement. His pair of bare paws, which were much larger than his head, were raised high. The Jinyuan palm was more skillful, and 3 layers of shock waves appeared in his palms. Although his palms looked like bare paws, but under the thick bare meat, there were still the 5 finger bones of the human race. Under the bending of the finger bones, the bare paws became a semi-arc shape, and then the palms of both hands were facing each other, forming a huge bowl mouth of flesh, and the power of shock was rolling inside. After that, Xiangshan raised both of his arms into the air. Lightning that contained a purplish-black halo fell into the huge primordial vibrating palm container. The plasma inside instantly trembled like boiling water, and an endless stream of lightning was separated out. Xiangshan, a bear man, was like catching a waterfall falling from the 9th heaven with his hands. The purple-black water splashed into electric splashes on the container in his palms. The weakening electric current landed on its thick skin, but it did not cause much damage. However, Xiangshan's physical strength had not really reached the middle stage of the Bone Treasure Realm. When the Thunder Pillar bombarded more than half, the shock waves of the Jinyuan palm still could not withstand the endless power of the Thunder Tribulation and shattered. The remaining half of the Thunder Pillar poured on his sturdy body. The scorched black hair gradually fell off, and the hard skin below became dry under the Thunder Pillar that contained vitality. There were even cracks, and the few remaining lightning bolts blasted into the flesh inside. The most powerful thing of the bone transformation stage body cultivator was the hard bone treasure. Even if the remaining destructive power entered the flesh, it could not do anything to this material, and was gradually exhausted. With the dissipation of the thunder tribulation, the last of the life force entered Xiong-Shan's body. A special aura containing demonic power circulated in his body, and a new demonic ability began to take shape. At this time, Lu Kuan soared into the sky, shuttling through the thunder tribulation that was about to dissipate and collecting the life force unique to body cultivators. The surrounding body cultivators looked at Xiong-Shan lying on the ground, absorbing the demonic aura, and their eyes showed excitement and yearning. The onlookers of the nascent soul stage cultivators were still shocked, especially Su Yao, the great cultivator. She had joined the body refining pavilion for decades. Although she knew the strength of the bone transformation stage body cultivator, the shock in her heart was beyond imagination when she saw it with her own eyes. The power of the last thunder tribulation was equivalent to the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul stage. With the addition of a layer of heaven and earth origin chi, including the pure destructive power of the thunder tribulation, in terms of attack power, it was completely comparable to a great cultivator. But this body cultivator who had just broken through to the bone transformation stage could take such a terrifying attack. Not to mention the ordinary early stage nascent soul stage cultivator. Even the average middle stage nascent soul stage cultivator could not do this. As soon as he broke through to the bone transformation stage, his strength was equivalent to the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, and his physical defense was so terrifying. It was really abnormal. No wonder the body refining pavilion was not afraid of the demon race. With the bone transformation stage body cultivator in front, the safety of the nascent soul stage cultivators was greatly increased. Master Lu was a body cultivator comparable to the divine transformation stage. Under his leadership, it seemed that the Demon King was not so terrible. Just as everyone was sighing, Xiong-Shan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly let out a muffled groan. His strong muscles began to wrinkle, and the power of his blood, chi, rapidly declined. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a thin bear man. Strangely, his body did not return to human form. Chapter 1329. Blood Devil Mountain Range. At the top of the mountain where the Bone Treasure Period disciples lived. White Spirit Chi, Black Demon Chi, and Yellow Spirit Chi, under the influence of some terrifying power, turned into 3 thick pillars of Chi, crazily condensing towards the top of the mountain. These energies were extremely dense, and each pillar of Chi even seemed to be liquefied. Almost all the cultivators in the entire mountain range could feel the immense power. On the rock in the middle of the mountain, 4 figures were standing. Lu Kuan stood with his hands behind his back. The surrounding spirit Chi was under his control, condensing into pillars of Chi, gathering behind him. Not far from him was a bald, horse-faced man, who was the head elder of the body refining pavilion, Hong Yintian. Over 80 years had passed. His appearance hadn't changed much, but his body had become stronger, and there was a layer of faint black totem patterns on his skin. All the demon chi around the mountain was under his control. As for the other 2 figures, they were both beast cultivators. One of them was Xiongda, a rank 8 sea bear, and the other one was Gui Ling, a rank 9 Xian turtle beast cultivator. They were responsible for drawing the demon chi in the valley. Under their control, the 3 colored pillars of chi struck towards the ground in the middle of the mountain, where Xiong-Shan's half-human, half-bear body was lying. The dense energy converged, and waves of energy rolled outwards. Then, they were redirected by the few people, forming 3 thick energy rings at the top of the mountain. Hu Qian and Wang Fei, as well as the 8 demon spirit art treasure bone physique cultivators, formed a circle not far away. They sat cross-legged, absorbing the dense energy that was overflowing. As time went by, Xiangshan's half-human, half-beast body gradually had some qi and blood power, and his shriveled body was slowly filled up. After an unknown period of time, Lu Kuan suddenly said, "You can stop now." His spirit blood and demon qi have both recovered to the peak. Although his body is still in this state, as long as there are no fierce battles, his spirit blood shouldn't be consumed too much. When the surrounding people heard this, they retracted their divine abilities. The three thick spirit pillars slowly dissipated, turning back into three different colored mists that floated around the mountain peak. Gui Ling, who was hiding in the turtle shell, sensed the spirit creature power vibration coming from Xiangshan's body, and couldn't help but murmur, "This kid won't truly become a spirit creature, will he?" Lu Kuan shook his head and said, "It's still the body of a human, but now the flesh and blood of the two have fused together. When this kid wakes up and understands the reason, we could try to help him separate." I don't know how Xiangshan did it, but he actually sealed the will of the true devil in his body. After his blood essence was exhausted, these thoughts escaped. Although I took them out in time, they still impacted Xiangshan's spirit, and it was inevitable that he would be unconscious for a period of time. Hearing this, Gui Linger coughed slightly and said, "Well, Pavilion Master, since his life is no longer in danger, can I leave now? After all, this is the front line, and the demon army is going to invade soon. The headquarters of the body refining pavilion still needs my protection." Lu Kuan raised his eyebrows and said, "With me and Brother Hong here, even 2 or 3 demon kings wouldn't be a problem. Why is it that you become more and more cowardly after your cultivation has improved?" Gui Linger shrank her neck a little, but said confidently, "This is the inheritance of the black tortoise bloodline. Back then, if it weren't for my great-grandpa being so cowardly and afraid of death, he wouldn't have followed Anine, and the spirit-transforming spell wouldn't have appeared either. Besides, you've promised me that as long as we can open up the trading channel of the overseas resources, you'll let me sleep peacefully for 500 years. Lu Kuan's mouth corner twitched, helplessly waved his hand, and said, "Go." Gui Linger snorted, and waves of strong spirit creature power gushed out from her body, darting out. After flying for a short while, that light blue stream of light became faintly discernible and almost couldn't be detected. "Shonda, tell me about the origin of earthquaking bears." "Yes, Pavilion Master." The 8th level sea bear said honestly, "Earthquaking bears have the strongest bloodline of the demon bear clan and are famous for their strength and defense. However, compared to the long-armed ape monkeys, their strength is much weaker. According to the inherited memories of our clan, after the strong demon beasts ascended to the upper realm together, and after the human race chased the demon beasts from the land to the sea, the earthquaking bears didn't have the nourishment of the chi of the earth veins, and their cubs were almost unable to awaken, and this clan gradually disappeared. Our sea bear clan is a branch of the earthquaking bears after they entered the sea. Relying on the part of the demon beast bloodline in our bodies, we barely managed to pass it down. Apart from us, the demon bear clans in the immortal cultivation world are all slightly stronger than demon beasts of the same level, because they all have some earthquaking bear bloodline in their bodies, and the giant spirit bear is the same. So it seems that Xiangshan's spirit beast has awakened its ancestral bloodline and has an innate strength. I wonder what the structure of the earthquaking bear's bloodline rune is." Lu Kuan couldn't help but look at Xiangshan's half-human, half-bear body. At this moment, the body on the ground twitched, and Xiangshan's eyes slowly opened. His gaze was a little dazed, but then he recalled something. He stared blankly at his pair of giant bear paws and muttered, "I successfully broke through? But this body, Xiangshan, don't use the strength of your body so easily. In your current state, you're still constantly consuming essence blood." When Xiangshan heard this voice, he couldn't help but raise his head. When he saw the figures of Lu Kuan and Hong Yintian, he was a little excited. He wanted to stand up, but his body seemed to be out of his control and fell back to the ground. He awkwardly said, "Disciple Xiangshan greets Pavilion Master and Grand Elder." Lu Kuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. What exactly happened to you during your cultivation to be so reckless as to break through the bottleneck of the bone transformation stage?" Not only Lu Kuan, Hong Yintian, Big Bear, and the surrounding body cultivators who cultivated the demon spirit arts all showed a curious expression. Xiangshan's half-human, half-demon appearance was really too strange. When Xiangshan heard this, he bitterly smiled and said, "It's because of the bone treasure stage condensed blood magical beast." Then he described the dissipation of the blood magical beast's soul, the blood magical power being controlled by the true demon will, trying to devour his body, and the subsequent refinement of the bone treasure to generate the source strength of his body. He described the process one by one. Everyone listened in a daze. They didn't expect so many strange things to happen in the middle. Hong Yuntian murmured, "The demon spirit arts bone treasure body cultivator combined the real blood magical beast, true demon will, blood will, calamity dissipating array, and the blood magical power stored in the blood beast sect to transform into a special blood magical beast. I know there are some differences between it and the Yuan school's blood magical beast, but I didn't expect that the special part was the soul. This situation seems a bit similar to a zombie." Lu Kuan murmured, "Yes, after the zombie opens its spirit, it has its own soul consciousness, but its soul also hides the bloodthirsty will. After the soul dissipates, the bloodthirsty will control the body, and it will become a beast with no consciousness, dominated by the will of the will. The blood magical beast cultivated by this demon spirit arts has the same characteristics. The soul hides the true demon will. When the soul dissipates, the true demon will control the body. No, it should be said that it controls the blood magical power. At that time, Xiangshan and Little Rice Dumpling merged together to cultivate, and the aura they exuded was a delicious meal for the blood magical power. Speaking of this, Lu Kuan looked at a disciple of the bone treasure stage in the distance and asked, "Panghua, when you transformed the blood magical beast, did the consumption of the true demon will also be relatively high?" The disciple named Panghua stood up. His face was slightly pale and said, "Yes, Pavilion Master, not only this disciple, but also other bone treasure stage disciples." The surrounding bone treasure stage disciples who cultivated demon spirit arts had cold sweat on their foreheads. Their blood magical beast soul was constantly dissipating, so it seemed that the backlash of the blood magical power would also happen to them. Lu Kuan sighed. "You brat are not small. When the blood magical power of the blood magical beast backfired, you still dared to generate your own blood magical power. If you were not careful and let the true demon will control the two blood magical powers, I am afraid that there would be no bones left." Xiangshan glanced at Hong Yintan, hesitated, and said, "At that time, disciple thought of the story of Senior Hong Yintian. That senior had the true demon will in his body, so he used the blood magical power to devour the blood magical power." Hong Yintian heard this, slightly stunned. A trace of sadness flashed in his eyes, but he did not say anything. Lu Kuan's heart was also touched. If Hong Yuntian's subbody did not have the bloodline of the long-armed demon ape, he might have successfully entered the core-bearing stage. Let's not talk about you. Even I was only able to create the path of body cultivation by standing on the shoulders of a few pioneers. After sighing, Lu Kuan continued. Then after that, how did you successfully control your body during the tribulation? Xiangshan recalled. At that time, disciple's nervous system was unable to control Little Rice Dumpling's flesh. In a moment of desperation, I thought of the blood beast sex spiritual adhesion technique. Little Rice Dumpling's remnant soul and my consciousness merged into one in the spine. Then, I used the spiritual adhesion technique to activate the magical energy, bone magical power, blood magical power, and the life force of the two fused together, causing a special change to occur in the blood will. It seemed to have become a special network, fusing the nerves of my and Little Rice Dumpling's body together, causing this body to be like the original body, as easy as waving an arm. Lu Kuan revealed a thoughtful expression, spiritual adhesion technique, so that's how it is. Then, how did you awaken the earth-shaking bear bloodline? Earth-shaking bear? Xiong Shan was stunned. After the third lightning tribulation's life force entered my body, the magical energy in the bone treasure completely stabilized. At that time, the bone marrow seemed to be stimulated by the magical energy and became scorching hot. All right, it seems that the Pavilion Master's drop of blood was absorbed by the bone marrow cavity of the spine. A wave of energy entered the chest, and then a new change occurred in my body. Absorb my blood. Hearing this, Lu Kuan could not help but fall in a deep thought, and muttered that fleshly consciousness was a divine ability created after my body's consciousness reached the great accomplishment stage, and after referring to Brother Hong's flesh and blood clone, it can interfere and affect the nervous system of a weak body. In addition to the consciousness, it also contains the power of my bloodline. Could it be that the earth-shaking bear bloodline was activated by absorbing the frenzy will in the depths of the bloodline? Or is it because of the human bloodline? On the side, Hong Yintian said, it should be the frenzy will that awaken the bloodline, which means that the bloodline runes in Xiong-Shan's body are being reorganized in a way that we do not know. Just like in most areas of your bloodline pool, the bloodlines of the human and demon races are combined in a special way. And the frenzy will is the energy that condenses the two. Lu Kuan nodded lightly. That is very likely the case. He pondered for a moment and said to Xiong Shan, now your soul and little rice dumpling's soul have been separated. Xiong Shan said somewhat dejectedly, we have been separated and the blood consciousness has returned to the bone treasure, but for some reason, the physical body is still like this. However, if I continue to use the spirit adhesion art, I should be able to control the physical body again. Lu Kuan smiled slightly and said, with the help of the fleshly consciousness, you recovered from the condensation of your flesh and blood. Now that you know about the changes in your cultivation, it will be simple. As he spoke, a ball of silver blood essence appeared in his palm, and a special consciousness rolled inside. Then, with a flick of his finger, this ball of fleshly consciousness sank into Xiong Shan's spine. Chapter 1330. It's really amazing. Little rice dumpling's flesh and blood is still controlled by its remnant soul, but because its soul is too weak, it can't completely control the flesh and blood, so you can't completely control it. Lu Kuan tried to control the flesh and blood of the giant spirit bear through the flesh and blood spirit, and found that this part of the flesh and blood had a certain connection with the remnant soul in the bone treasure. And little rice dumpling's soul state at this time can be regarded as your bone treasure spirit. Its flesh and blood grow on the bone treasure, so it is also a part of the bone treasure. In other words, your spirit adhesion technique is a special ability possessed by a bone treasure that has a demonic beast artifact spirit. Lu Kuan carefully examined the situation in Xiong Shan's body, and his expression was quite wonderful. Listening to this disciple's explanation was one thing, and personally checking it was another experience. He couldn't help but ask, according to what you said, it is based on the method of the magic weapon spirit of the body cultivator to contain little rice dumpling's soul in reverse. Xiong Shan felt a remnant consciousness in the bone and said, at that time, disciple was anxious to save little rice dumpling and thought of the secret technique passed down by the Pavilion Master to survive in the form of a weapon spirit. Lu Kuan murmured, you treat little rice dumpling as a body cultivator disciple who failed to break through the bone transformation, and the bone treasure is the magic weapon that can store the weapon spirit. I'm afraid only you can think of this idea. The body cultivators around who knew this secret technique, after hearing Lu Kuan's explanation, also understood the method of transforming little rice dumpling into the bone treasure spirit. They looked at Xiong Shan with admiration. If they were in the situation at that time, I'm afraid they really couldn't think of this method. Lu Kuan sighed. Your spiritual awareness has reached the nascent soul stage. Next, as long as it is completely transformed into a physical body spiritual awareness, you can condense this flesh and blood into the bone treasure. Now, cooperate with my flesh and blood spirit to perform the flesh and blood condensation technique. With his words, Xiong-Shan felt that a neural network that covered the whole body once again appeared in his body. They were grafted together with his own spiritual awareness, allowing him to have a comprehensive sense of control of the whole body. With a thought, with the help of this terrifying physical body spiritual awareness, he mobilized the flesh and blood of the earth-shaking bear according to the flesh and blood condensation technique. Waves of qi and blood with strong demonic attributes surged around its body. Its brown fur, its thick skin that was comparable to rocks, and its huge bare paws gradually softened, collapsing into a thick pool of blood and condensing inwards. Xiong-Shan's muscular body began to shrink, and his thick muscles gradually recovered. A new layer of human skin appeared on his body. Apart from the fact that his height didn't change much, which was close to 8 feet, everything else didn't change much. Try activating it again. Just like this, the two sides repeated several rounds until Xiong-Shan's blood essence was consumed. Only then did they completely stop. In a flash of light, Xiong-Shan put on a simple animal skin short robe. Although he had returned to his human form, his body was extremely tall. With such a height and muscle dimension, he was second only to Pan Yin among the body cultivators. Lu Kuan waved one hand, and a ball of silver blood flew out from Xiong-Shan's spine and landed in his palm. He looked at the tall Xiong-Shan and nodded slightly. When you're familiar with it, this spirit augmentation technique will be equivalent to a bone treasure's explosive power. It can be used on your body at any time. Although it will consume a lot of blood essence and demon energy, it will increase your strength by about 200,000 pounds. You will also have the strong defense of the earth-shaking bear. You used to have the title of Beast King among the mortal martial artists. This special ability will be called Beast King Transformation. Beast King Transformation, Xiong-Shan murmured. He couldn't help but recall what happened many years ago in the Jin Nation. Exchanging bones with little rice dumpling, surviving in the hands of immortal cultivators, practicing the Kanglin method to prolong his life. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you for the name, Pavilion Master." At this moment, Hong Yintian suddenly said, "Now that the essence of the spirit beast's flesh and blood is concentrated in the bone treasure, how are you going to cultivate? After all, the essence of the spirit beast's flesh and blood cannot withstand the destructive power of demon energy." When Xiong-Shan heard this, he could feel the flesh and blood within his bones, as well as the stable demon energy that was maintained by the life force. He was a little at a loss. His breakthrough was too hasty. Even his source strength combat skills were taught by Lu Kuan at the last minute. As for the cultivation method of the bone transformation stage, it was even more unknown. Lu Kuan frowned and said, "It is true. Any bone transformation body cultivator, including your devil zombie body refining art, is divided into cultivation and battle states. Xiong-Shan cannot cultivate in his current state. As for battle, the flesh and blood are concentrated in his bones. The demon energy cannot be fully circulated, so it cannot be considered a battle state. But if he uses the Beast King transformation to cultivate through the filtering of the bone treasure, he can guide the destructive power into his flesh and blood. At the same time, it can temper the spirit beast and his own human flesh. The life force can also be cultivated through the internal organs, and it can even deepen Xiong-Shan's special bloodline." Hong Yuntian showed a bit of thinking and said, "The Beastman state combines continuous cultivation and explosive battle. Then, according to the situation of the other bone transformation stage paths, the human state should correspond to it. It can be used for continuous battle and short period of cultivation. If this is the case, the human state should not be like this." Lu Kuan thoughtfully said, "Brother Hong, what do you think?" Hong Yuntian looked at Xiong Shan's body and slowly said, I have already stepped into the middle stage of devil transformation, and my true demon bloodline has just formed. I'm not afraid of bloodthirst. If I use the flesh and blood doppelganger ability again, my main body and doppelganger can fight at the same time. Lu Kuan suddenly thought of something and murmured, Yes, although the earth-shaking bear's flesh and blood is integrated into the bone treasure, it is swallowed and separated by two types of blood essence demon energy. It already has the nature of blood essence demon energy. If I use the flesh and blood doppelganger ability in reverse, I might be able to temporarily separate the earth-shaking bear's flesh and blood from Xiong Shan's body. Then, through the control of the bone treasure's spirit soul, it would be the same as reviving the spirit beast. Hearing this, Xiong Shan's eyes lit up. He eagerly said, Pavilion Master, Grand Elder, is there really a way to revive Little Rice Dumpling? Hong Yuntian slightly frowned and said, Whether it works or not, I and Lu Kuan will have to test it out. Release your control of your body. Lu Kuan, we will cast the technique together. Okay. The surrounding demon spirit art disciples all looked at the center with shining eyes. Not only did Xiong Shan successfully enter the bone transformation stage, he also obtained a Beast King transformation stage ability. Now, the Pavilion Master and Grand Elder are helping to perfect the demon spirit art's bone transformation stage technique. They could be said to be witnesses. Just from Xiong Shan's breakthrough process and the analysis of the elders, everyone's harvest was great. Now that they heard that the spirit beast could be revived, these people did not even blink for fear of missing out on something. Xiong Shan, release your control of your muscles. No matter what happens, do not act rashly. Yes, Grand Elder. Hong Yuntian and Lu Kuan walked behind Xiong Shan. They each stretched out a hand and pressed it on Xiong Shan's shoulder. The former's arms softened into a black liquid, turning into tiny tentacles that pierced into Xiong Shan's flesh. The latter's palm emitted a silver blood mist that carried a special divine sense and soaked into Xiong Shan's skin. Xiong Shan's pupils suddenly shrank. At this moment, he felt as if his flesh was being taken over. His flesh and even his organs were out of control. There was an indescribable sense of fear. However, thinking of the Grand Elder's words, he forcefully suppressed the impulses of his nerves and allowed his body to be controlled by the two elders. His mind sensed the changes in his body. First, the layers of yellow lines on the surface of his bones were pulled out by the black tentacles. The yellow essence flowed towards his spine. Then, the Pavilion Master's divine sense began to control the essence of the spirit beast's flesh and blood within his bones. Balls of red and yellow flesh and blood converged towards his spine. In addition, Xiong Shan even felt his 5 viscera and 6 bowels throbbing in pain. Several black tentacles had entered his viscera at some point and absorbed a lot of pale yellow flesh and blood essence. Are these the viscera of Little Rice Dumpling? How did the Grand Elder find out? Just as Xiong Shan was a little confused, he suddenly realized that his Grand Elder was very familiar with the flesh and blood of demon beasts and humans. When extracting the essence of these viscera, his human viscera were not damaged. Release the muscles on your back. Hearing Hong Yuntian's voice, Xiong Shan immediately came back to his senses. He activated the flesh and blood condensation technique. The muscles on his spine seemed to melt, revealing a long strip of opening. Balls of demonic flesh and blood essence gushed out from within. Then, under the weaving of the black tentacles and the silver blood mist, these flesh and blood essences gradually separated and merged. An invisible force field surged from the outside, fixing these flesh and blood essences. After a while, a little bear that was only half the size of Xiong Shan's body gradually took shape. The shape of this little bear's body was a little blurry. It seemed to be half liquid and half solid. It barely relied on Lu Kuan's physical origin power to fix its shape. Its back was tightly connected to Xiong Shan's spine, like a conjoined baby. It looked a little chilling. It can't be fixed. Xiong Shan, inject your blood essence and transfer the spirit beast's soul out of the bone treasure. Hong Yuntian said with a serious expression. Xiangshan hurriedly activated the bone treasure. The remnant soul and some of his blood essence flowed along the bones and spine into the little bear's body. The latter seemed to have received some kind of support. The blurry bear mouth slightly opened as if it wanted to roar, but its body was still weak and powerless. Lu Kuan pondered for a moment and said, "This is not only the spirit beast's flesh and blood, but also a part of Xiangshan's bone treasure. It is equivalent to a special flesh and blood treasure that needs energy to activate. Demon energy, let's test your demon energy." Destructive energy gushed out of Xiangshan's bones. However, just as the energy left the spine, a destructive aura emerged. The originally blurry little bear's body started to tremble like boiling water. If there wasn't a strong, invisible force suppressing it, it would probably explode immediately. I understand. Lu Kuan seemed to have thought of something as he saw this scene. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. A mass of milky white, cool energy gushed out of the bottle and submerged into the little bear's body under the urging of an invisible force. It was the worldly liquid that he had absorbed from the dissipating lightning tribulation after Xiangshan tribulation. It was the life force unique to body cultivators. With the infusion of this life force, the destructive power in the little bear's body stabilized. At the same time, its body began to solidify. Continue to inject demon energy. Xiangshan's consciousness sensed the changes behind him and immediately became excited. He continued to inject demon energy into the little bear and fused it with the life force in Lu Kuan's jade bottle. Gradually, the yellow bones in the little bear's body completely solidified. Its internal organs and blood vessels also took shape. They grafted on each other, and its pair of paws rapidly expanded. When more than half of the life force in the jade bottle was consumed, a 4-foot-long little bear fell from Xiangshan's back. An invisible force surged around the little bear's body, and it floated in the air. Chapter 1331. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the little bear. It was like a miniature version of the Earthshaker bear. Underneath its brown fur was a thick black skin. Its pair of paws were shockingly proportioned. Even though it was small, its paws were still slightly larger than an adult's head. The little bear let out excited cries as it scurried around Xiangshan. The invisible force field outside its fur rippled. Not only did it possess the source strength of its physical body, the force field's range had also reached 2 feet. Xiangshan stared blankly at the little bear. He could clearly sense the little dumpling's happy mood. At this moment, the man and beast's senses were almost intertwined. As long as he willed it, he would know what the other wanted to do. Xiongda, the rank 8C bear, widened his eyes. The Earthshaker bear possessed the source strength of a body cultivator. How terrifying would its combat strength be? Lu Kuan and Hong Yuntian were also amazed. The two of them had just joined forces and used their flesh and blood doppelganger to separate the flesh of Xiangshan and the little dumpling. They didn't expect that after infusing Xiangshan's blood essence, demonic energy, and the life force obtained from the heavenly tribulation, the spirit beast would really be resurrected. In addition, it also produced the source strength of its physical body. When the demon spirit art reaches the bone transformation stage, the spirit beast can actually transform into this form. Xiangshan, do you see if the little dumpling has any distance restrictions? Lu Kuan exclaimed. Hearing this, Xiangshan reacted. With a thought, the small earthquaking bear let out a cheerful cry. It moved its 4 limbs, and the invisible force field under its feet provided it with the leverage of the void. With a whoosh, its body shot out. In the eyes of Lu Kuan and Hong Yuntian, the little bear's speed wasn't particularly fast. Relying on the source strength of its physical body, its speed was comparable to a body cultivator at the peak of the mid-core formation stage. It was barely comparable to a cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. From the fluctuations in the air, they could determine that the little bear's physical strength was about 200,000 pounds. The Beast King transformation state should be the fusion of Xiong-Shan's and the Spirit Beast strength. Pavilion Master, the little dumpling doesn't seem to be limited by distance. It's now above the Demon Valley and is continuously consuming demonic energy. Wait a minute. The little dumpling can absorb demonic energy to replenish itself. Xiong-Shan sensed that little bear was flying in the distance while absorbing the demonic spirit qi, and his expression became a little strange. Lu Kuan's expression changed as he said, "Not only does it cultivate demonic energy, but it also possesses a fleshly body." It seems that the demon spirit art's life force has imitated its bones into your bone treasure. That's right. If that's the case, wouldn't it also be able to use source strength combat skills? Xiong-Shan was stunned for a moment, then communicated with Little Dumpling. In the distant sky, a pale yellow little bear sprinted back, its two gigantic paws that took up half of its body raised in front of it. 2 feet of origin energy surged endlessly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 blurry layers of ripples appeared. You comprehended it so quickly? Xiong-Shan, let him attack me. Xiong-Shan nodded. With a thought, the little bear in the distance changed its direction. It let out a roar and swooped down. Its blurry bear paws bombarded Lu Kuan. Buzz, a slight vibration was heard as Little Bear's paws landed 5 feet in front of Lu Kuan. The air was distorted into a slight arc, and the vibration force of 200,000 Jin was like mud flowing into the sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. There was almost no fluctuation. Then Lu Kuan stretched out his palm, and Little Bear felt an endless pressure on its fur, as if it could be squashed into meat paste in an instant. Fortunately, this force was fleeting, and Little Dumpling seemed to be frightened. It shuddered and ran back, nesting at Xiong-Shan's feet. As expected of the earthquaking bear bloodline, its physical defense is extremely strong, equivalent to a peak 7th grade demon beast. It can also use combat skills, and its strength can completely suppress a late-stage core formation cultivator. Even an early-stage nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to take it down. Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with surprise. Xiong-Shan, how much demonic energy does it have in its body? Can you continue to inject it? Hearing this, Xiong-Shan squatted down and pressed his palm on Little Dumpling's back. Destructive demonic energy was injected into it, and Lu Kuan and Hong Yintian soon felt a more powerful force surging out of its body. Little Dumpling seemed to be a little excited. It raised its thick paws and rushed at Lu Kuan again, with a blurry force field rolling on it. Boom! This time, the force was much stronger. The ripples in the air were somewhat elongated, and the vibration sound became much clearer. 250,000 kilograms. It seems that it can transmit your demonic energy. Lu Kuan waved his hand and sent Little Bear flying with a soft and invisible force field. Xiong-Shan sensed the situation just now, and his eyes were filled with joy. Pavilion Master, Little Dumpling's demonic energy can be restored by self-cultivation to maintain its battle. It can accommodate 1/3 of my total demonic energy. When I inject more demonic energy, I can temporarily enhance Little Dumpling's battle skills and increase its power. When the demonic energy is exhausted, its force field will be restored to its original state. Lu Kuan recalled the various divine powers and abilities of this little bear and sighed with emotion. Previously, we thought that its soul was the spirit of your bone treasure. Now, it seems that this spirit beast can be considered a special treasure with life. It can transmit demonic energy to help you with long-range attacks. At the same time, it also has the ability to store demonic energy. If you don't have enough demonic energy, you can use the spirit beast's energy to replenish it. In its most complete state, it's equivalent to having 30% more demonic energy than a normal body cultivator. Now, this separated state should be your normal state. You can fight for a long time, and you can also cultivate. At this time, Hong Yintian added, Beast King transformation is your state of cultivation and battle. Although cultivating at this time will consume a portion of your blood essence, the spirit beast will also become stronger as your cultivation increases. The initial stage of the demon spirit art's bone transformation refines both the spirit beast's and human's flesh's essence. When the spirit beast's flesh reaches the level of a mature magic treasure, its power will definitely increase again. And when you reach the middle stage of the bone transformation, it's time to refine the blood. If the spirit beast blood can be transformed into flesh and bones, then the power of this earth-shaking bear will be truly released. Hearing this, Xiangshan looked at little dumpling under his feet with unlimited expectations. Lu Kuan looked around at the surrounding body cultivators and slowly said, although Xiangshan has successfully broken through, the risks you will encounter in the future won't be lower than his. In fact, it might even be higher. Today, we'll take this opportunity to summarize the cultivation of the demon spirit art. Aside from Hu Qian, those who were sitting cross-legged in the surroundings were all Bone Treasure Stage disciples who cultivated the demon spirit art. After hearing his words, they all pricked up their ears. Lu Kuan organized his words and slowly said, the initial purpose of the demon spirit art is to allow the body cultivator to possess a half-demon bloodline and increase the aptitude of the body. At the beginning of the demon spirit art, you have to form a contract with a spirit beast and exchange your sternum with it so that you can receive the spirit beast's blood energy. Next is the muscle refining stage and the bone tempering stage. It's the same as other body cultivators. However, at the peak of the bone tempering stage, the demon spirit art has to face its first major hurdle. When breaking through to the blood condensation stage and refining the bone marrow, you have to integrate the spirit beast's blood energy and achieve the first stage of the half-demon body. At this time, the aptitude of the body will increase by 1 to 2 stars according to the spirit beast and your own body's condition. If you can't refine it, regardless of whether your body is intact or not, the demon spirit art is considered a complete failure. Breaking through to the Zhengyuan stage and bone treasure stage is similar to other body refining techniques. After that, you have to face the second major hurdle, which is a situation that Xiangshan encountered. Because of the death of the spirit beast, it caused a backlash. It can happen at any time during the middle stage of the bone treasure stage. Body cultivators have to be prepared in advance to resist the backlash of the spirit beast at any time. At the very least, when cultivating the bone treasure, you have to stay away from the spirit beast. If you are swallowed, you won't even have a corpse left. The surrounding disciples revealed a cautious expression. Xiangshan was at the critical point of the bone treasure stage when he was about to reach the large success stage. He relied on the powerful bone treasure and various opportunities to survive this disaster. If they were not prepared, they would undoubtedly die if they encountered the bone treasure stage. Lu Kuan continued, although there is such a risk in the middle stage of the bone treasure stage, at this time, the body cultivator and spirit beast flesh and blood nourish each other, and there is a foundation for the fusion of blood. If my inference is correct, the large success stage of the bone treasure stage is the second stage of the half-demon body. The fusion of the blood of both sides lays the foundation for the integration of the body. As for the next threshold of the demon spirit art, it is the breakthrough of the bone transformation stage. Speaking of this, he was silent and said, from Xiangshan's situation, the breakthrough of the bone transformation stage of the demon spirit art is extremely risky. It requires the spirit beast, and your own body. The three of them devour and refine each other into a unified whole. The process of the breakthrough is like Xiangshan's. First, let the spirit beast qi and blood devour the spirit beast, and then let it inscribe the elemental spirit array, transforming the spirit beast's remnant soul into a tool spirit, and then use its own qi and blood to devour it and refine the bone treasure. The risk is much higher than the normal body cultivator. Even if you use the blood thought and prepare a trace of true demon will crystal in advance, it may be devoured at any time. The true demon will also have the risk of escaping and attacking the divine soul. More importantly, Lu Kuan said in a dignified tone. Not all of you have the same relationship with the spirit beast as Xiong Shan and Little Rice Dumpling. If the spirit beast divine soul has some consciousness of resistance, it may fail. When the body cultivator disciples heard this, their faces all changed. Although they had a good relationship with their spirit beast, they couldn't guarantee that they would live and die together like Xiong Shan. If the spirit beast had other thoughts, the risk of the breakthrough would increase by several times. Lu Kuan paused for a moment and said with a deep gaze, although the risk is great, after entering the bone transformation stage, the body cultivator of the demon spirit art can borrow the power of the beast king transformation. The explosive power is astonishing, and for a short period of time, it can be compared to a bone transformation middle stage body cultivator. Moreover, if the beast king transformation is cultivated to the extreme, it may be like me, breaking through the bone transformation stage's critical point and entering the false Zhongyuan stage. Zhongyuan stage. Xiong Shan and the surrounding body cultivator disciples all knew that their pavilion master was already at the false Zhongyuan stage, and his strength could crush the spirit-severing stage cultivators of the immortal cultivation world. When they heard this, their spirits were lifted. Just this point alone was enough to make them willing to take the risk and walk down the path of the demon spirit art. Okay, next, let's work together to perfect the demon spirit art from the bone treasure stage onwards. Then, under Lu Kuan's lead, the demon spirit art disciples all gathered around. One by one, they took out jade slips and began to analyze every detail of the cultivation. Chapter 1332. At the edge of the prime Devil Mountain Range, beside the Guiyuan River, two muscular men sat cross-legged in Lu Kuan's temporary abode. Brother Hong, you came just in time for Xiong Shan's tribulation. I haven't had time to congratulate you for successfully entering the middle stage of devil change. Lu Kuan cupped his hands. Hong Yuntian looked at his body, which had a faint layer of black totem on it, and said with a sigh, I never thought that I would be able to completely rid myself of the devil zombie and regain my human body. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, Lu Kuan. However, I also brought a lot of resources and abilities to the body refining pavilion, so we don't owe each other anything. Lu Kuan didn't mind. After so many years of being together, he already knew Hong Yuntian's arrogant temper. It was probably harder for him to say thank you than to break through to the Zhongyuan stage. He then asked, when I was helping Xiong Shan, I felt that Brother Hong's strength reached 1,000,000 pounds. Is this the effect of the true devil bloodline? Hong Yuntian nodded and said, that's right. After refining the demonic zombie essence and absorbing enough true demonic intent, the strength of this body stabilized at 1,000,000 gene, which is slightly weaker than your long-armed demonate bloodline. Speaking of which, he frowned. However, the bloodline ability we thought of didn't appear. No matter how I stimulated my bloodline, other than the totem on the surface of my skin becoming more obvious, there were no other changes to my body. Lu Kuan stroked his chin. When you were in the early stage of devil change, Brother Hong's devil zombie body and human essence fused together, superimposing their strength. The ability we thought of was to stimulate the true devil bloodline and superimpose the two to erupt with even more strength. However, we can't use it now. Is it because the essence of the devil zombie has been completely refined and absorbed? Hong Yintian nodded. Yes, the early stage of devil change is to use the human body as a furnace to refine the essence of the devil zombie and true devil intent to form the true devil bloodline. During this process, the essence of the devil zombie body has already completely fused with the human body. His expression was somewhat sorrowful as he said, now that I think about it, in the devil zombie body refining art, only the great success stage of the devil zombie is truly helpful to the later stages. At this stage, it fuses the flesh and blood essences of humans and demonic zombies to produce special flesh aura nether devil power. Then, it refines the demonic zombie subbodies and produces fleshly body origin power, based on flesh aura nether devil power. This process is slightly similar to Xiong-Shan's breakthrough to the bone transformation stage. The difference is that he fused the human race, spirit beast, and blood demon beast together, swallowing them into blood demon power, and then refining the bone treasure to achieve the level of body integration. Lu Kuan pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "However, I'm afraid that the other disciples won't be able to replicate Xiong-Shan's breakthrough method. Not only are there differences in the cultivation of spirit beasts, but their temperaments are also different. However, the general direction is definitely correct. That is, Xiong-Shan and his spirit beasts become one. Since Brother Hong has successfully entered the middle stage of the devil transformation stage, then the body cultivator disciples will switch to the devil zombie body refining art. This is a special path of body refinement. Not only will they be able to cultivate a human body at this stage, but they will also have a chance to achieve the true demon bloodline." Hong Yintian said, "It's not that simple. This process consumes a lot of demonic essence. Using a demonic zombie refined by a fake devil emperor has the highest chance of success." "Fake devil emperor," Lu Kuan sighed softly and said, "Fake devil emperor is the realm before the devil emperor. It is an existence that specializes in body refinement in the demon race. It is very rare. Brother Hong's true demon bloodline's remarkable ability is actually a passive increase in strength, just like the long-armed giant ape bloodline is compatible with me." "Correct." Hong Yintian first nodded, then suddenly said, "That's right. This true demon bloodline also gave me another special ability." "What?" Lu Kuan asked curiously. Hong Yintian revealed a rare smile and said, "You should still remember that when we fought with that fake devil emperor, the other party's purple-black lightning-like energy." "Of course I remember. The fake devil emperor's strength was only 1,000,000 kilograms, but with the support of this energy, it could directly control the devil spirit Yuan Qi. Its strength was much stronger than those fake divine transformation stage cultivators." Lu Kuan suddenly thought of something. "Wait, could it be that you have cultivated this kind of energy?" Immediately after, he saw Hong Yintian stretch out his palm, and wisps of purple-black lightning gushed out from his fingertips. There was an incomparably deep and special aura rolling inside. The surrounding devil Qi even spontaneously gathered and revolved around his fingertips. Lu Kuan felt this aura, and his pupils shrank. "This is the energy of that fake devil emperor. Brother Hong, you really cultivated it?" Hong Yintian nodded gently and said, "After achieving the true demon body, this body's affinity for devil spirit Yuan Qi is extremely high. 1,000,000 kilograms of strength and a 4-foot source force field can completely activate the devil spirit Yuan Qi. This kind of energy was accidentally refined after the devil spirit Yuan Qi entered the body. However, the conversion efficiency is not high. This is all that I have cultivated over the past few days." Lu Kuan observed this energy and said, "This fake devil emperor's energy is also present in the devil king's body. It seems to be an energy of a higher level than devil spirit Yuan." Hong Yintian replied, "I don't know if it is of a higher level or not, but it has a very special effect on the devil race's body. I have studied it. This kind of energy is of the same origin as the Qi and blood devil Qi, but their attributes repel each other. It can nourish the devil race's body, but my Qi and blood devil Qi devours the body. With the support of the life force, after the Qi and blood devil Qi devours and annihilates it, it will produce a special kind of energy essence. This kind of energy essence can not only nourish the human body, but also quickly replenish blood essence. The devil Qi left behind by the fake devil emperor saved me at least 20 to 30 years of cultivation time." Lu Kuan pondered and said, "Is this the kind of energy that nourishes the body in the devil race's body, the devil Qi of the devil race?" Hong Yintian said, "It should be. The devil arts cultivated by the devil race, from low-level devil soldiers to high-level devil kings, all have this kind of energy as a byproduct. However, The devil chi in the bodies of low-level devils is definitely extremely thin. Lu Kuan looked at this energy curiously and couldn't help but ask, since Brother Hong has cultivated devil chi, how do you plan to cultivate the middle stage of devil transformation? Hong Yuntian lowered his head and looked at his body, slowly saying, I have completely restored my human body, but my flesh, blood, organs, and bones all contain chi and blood devil chi. Due to the fusion of the essence of the devil race, the function of the life force is to solidify and liquefy the body, stabilizing the chi and blood devil chi. While speaking, Hong Yuntian's other hand quickly softened into a black liquid and then condensed into a solid body under the cool aura of life. Just like you said before, although this body is unpredictable, without the support of your great matured bone treasures, its explosive power is still somewhat lacking. The war of the devil race is imminent. The most important thing is not to cultivate, but to refine a special bone treasure. This way, with the support of the bone essence, I can at least display my full strength. Lu Kuan agreed. A strength of 1,000,000 gene combined with the origin power of the body is not a problem in ordinary battles, but if I face a powerful opponent, it will be somewhat insufficient. The bones of that devil king are just right for Brother Hong to refine a treasure. Hong Yuntian shook his head and said, I originally thought so, but after seeing Xiong spirit beast, I had a new idea. A new idea? Hong Yuntian paused, then said meaningfully, if you can refine one of my flesh avatars into a treasure, then what? Lu Kuan quickly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. You mean the corpse of the true dragon? Hong Yuntian's tone was slightly excited. Yes, now that I have achieved the true demon bloodline. The bloodline contains the true demon will, and I can seal the power of will with the blood crystallization method. The bloodthirsty will of the dragon corpse is not a problem. Moreover, the devouring power of chi and blood magic has been further strengthened. It can devour the entire Dragon King's flesh, but it is still a bit difficult to control this huge body of more than 200 feet in one go. But what if the bones of this true dragon become my life source treasure? My chi and blood magic is different from your demonic energy, and I still have the ability to refine magic treasures. We can refine the bones of the true dragon into a huge inlaid bone treasure. It can be disassembled into a human bone treasure, and it can also be combined to form a huge dragon bone. Lu Kuan immediately understood Hong Yuntian's idea and muttered, in this way, you can attach to the human bone treasure to fight and also reassemble it into the bones of the true dragon. Hong Yuntian's eyes flashed with a trace of fanaticism. At that time, I can use the control power of the magic treasure and the flesh avatar ability to transform into a true dragon body of more than 200 feet. The range of the origin force field radiated by the chi and blood magic will not only be magnified by dozens of times, but there is also the support of 1,000,000 gene of strength. With these abilities superimposed, the power of this true dragon avatar will be terrifying. Chapter 1333. Lu Kuan let out a deep breath. I almost forgot that the nature of Brother Hong's energy is somewhat different from ours. You can use the Immortal Cultivator's method to refine magic tools, but with such a massive skeleton, I'm afraid the consumption of energy will be astonishing. Hong Yuntian slowly said, that's right. Just activating this inlaid magic tool will consume a massive amount of blood vitality and demonic energy. More importantly, with such a massive flesh and blood avatar, the source strength won't be able to be used many times before the true dragon's flesh and blood is consumed. At present, the only thing I can guarantee I can activate is the human bone magic tool I split from it. Although activating it is difficult, this sort of flesh and blood avatar magic tool has allowed me to determine a cultivation direction for the demon transformation realm. Lu Kuan curiously asked, what direction? Hong Yuntian looked at his own body and said, I have returned to my human form, but in terms of the true strength of my mortal body, there is still a considerable gap when compared to your body transformation art. Bone essence and blood vitality are fused into one. It is impossible to cultivate a large success bone treasure. The only way is to imitate the immortal cultivator's method and nurture and strengthen a bone magic tool. In particular, a bone magic tool with a biological attribute like the bone of a true dragon can be nurtured and strengthened by demonic energy. On the other hand, I can use the characteristics of blood vitality and absorb the bones of all sorts of powerful creatures. Perhaps I can continue to strengthen myself. Thus, the core of the demon transformation realm's cultivation is still blood vitality and demonic energy. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and looked at the purple-black lightning curling around his fingertips. He muttered, "The demon race's demonic energy is of the same origin as blood vitality and demonic energy. But if the latter isn't supported by the power of life, I fear it won't be a match for demonic energy. This sort of demonic energy is the essence produced from the annihilation of blood vitality and demonic energy. If it can nourish the body of a true demon, then I can use this energy essence to try and transform my blood vitality into a higher level, one comparable to a pseudo-demon emperor's blood vitality and demonic energy. According to this energy's characteristics of nourishing the body and rapidly replenishing blood essence, then with its support, the strength and regenerative ability of the body will be greatly increased. The flesh and blood avatar will be even more like a fish in water." Lu Kuan said thoughtfully, "Only the fusion of vitality and life force can suppress the demon race's demon ability. It seems that the key to the transformation of vitality and demon ability lies in the life force." Hong Yuntian nodded. "That's right. I'll have to study how to use the life force. In the upcoming war with the demon race, if you capture any demon king corpses, give them to me to extract the demonic energy inside. The more energy, the better." "No problem." Lu Kuan agreed very straightforwardly. More than 80 years ago, when he was fighting with the fake demon emperor, he had felt that kind of demonic energy. It seemed to be a kind of high-level energy that could suppress his physical body's origin power, but it had no effect on his human body. In terms of tempering effect, how could it compare to the demonic energy of the 5 elements body tempering art? Magic power and demonic energy were constantly annihilating each other, and the tempering energy produced was much more tyrannical than the demonic energy of the devil race. In his view, this purple-black lightning energy was biased towards the immortal cultivators. It was a special kind of vitality energy. Otherwise, how could it let the fake demon emperor control the demon's spirit vitality at the same time? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and said, "According to the situation when we fought with the fake demon emperor, there was no demonic energy in his body. It was all this kind of demonic energy. Then, the nascent soul in the fake demon emperor's body was made up of demonic energy?" Hong Yuntian said slowly, "It should be like this. That's why I thought of transforming vitality and demonic energy into vitality and demonic energy. I just don't know what kind of situation this kind of energy is in the Demon Emperor's body. Although the Demon Emperor's body we got on the Demon Island was fresh, there was no energy in it." Lu Kuan showed a look of pity and said, "The fake Demon Emperor's soul has been beaten by me many times. He refused to reveal any secrets about the demon race. Yu Yanjun's alchemy skills are also much worse than old Demon Pang's. After several failed attempts, she was barely able to refine a demon soul pill." Hong Yuntian said, "It's good to refine a demon soul pill. You are now in the pseudo-Zhongyuan stage and have not comprehended the power of will. If you want to forcibly integrate the bloodline will of the frenzied demon will, it may impact your divine soul. The demon soul pill may help. We can't get this kind of secret from the demon race. We can only find a way to catch the demon emperor alive." Lu Kuan pondered for a moment and said, "According to the information you provided, the demon emperor is still in the early stage of demon king, but it can control the demon's spirit vitality at the same time. Its strength in the immortal cultivation world is comparable to the middle stage of Demon King. It should be under the suppression of the realm force. Do you think the demon realm will send more demon emperors? Hong Yuntian frowned and said, "It's possible, but the space channel's capacity is limited. In the space turbulence gap, there's only enough space for 6 or 7 demon kings. If it exceeds that, it will be shattered by the space storm." Although the demon emperor's realm is equivalent to the early stage of Demon King, the energy it contains is amazing. I'm afraid it will occupy the share of 2 demon kings. This kind of powerhouse, in the Great War of the Demon Race, only 7 or 8 appeared. It's very rare. I think they will send 2 at most. The remaining energy will be left for the demon kings and a large number of low-level demon generals. After all, the significance of this immortal cultivation world to them is to shorten the cultivation time for the demon race below the demon king, not to plunder. Lu Kuan heard this. His eyes were a little dignified. 2 demon emperors both have the power of Yuan and can control the demon spirit vitality at the same time. Even with the help of the Snow Soul twin blades, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Hong Yuntian sneered. I have entered the middle stage of devil change. The range of my source force field has increased to 4 feet, and the range of my void force has increased to 20 feet. Your body and divine sense have reached the Deshang stage, and you have completely mastered the power of a Yuan. The power of our 2 heads and 4 arms is even more terrifying. The 2 demon emperors are not necessarily our opponents. The difficult part is how to capture them alive. If we can research the method of a fake demon emperor to become a demon emperor, it may be a great reference for my late devil change cultivation. Lu Kuan slowly said, "In that case, we should study the fusion of the frenzied demon will as soon as possible. If we succeed in breaking through, the 2 demon emperors will not be a threat." Hong Yuntian pondered for a moment. Originally, our idea was to study the bloodline ability that might appear in the true demon body. Now that this ability has not appeared, you can only rely on this special totem pattern of mine. As he spoke, the blood in his body tumbled, and a layer of strange black totem pattern appeared on the surface of his body. Lu Kuan looked at this pattern and said thoughtfully, "According to what I saw in the bloodline pool, the bloodlines of the human race and the long-armed giant ape fuse together, and the frenzy will connect it, forming a special rune that brings great strength to the physical body. Although I can't see the situation of Brother Hong's bloodline pool, the structure of this totem rune is most likely the structure of the fusion of the human race and the demon race bloodline. However, combining the pattern structure of the Snow Soul dual blades with the power rune, and constructing a bloodline rune that can accommodate both the frenzy will and the true demon will require repeated experiments." When Hong Yuntian heard this, he said with a serious expression, "These 2 wills are of the devil's spirit attribute. Last time, we used the dual heads and 4 arms ability to activate the Snow Soul dual sabers. That was the combined power of the 2 of us. Now that these 2 wills have fused into your body, will there be a bloodline conflict? It is equivalent to forcibly adding a true demon bloodline to your demon race bloodline." Lu Kuan smiled and said, "My current bloodline is the reconstruction of the long-armed giant ape bloodline rune. Although it contains the frenzy will, after the reconstruction, it is still the human race bloodline. Adding this true demon bloodline is actually just reconstructing the human race bloodline rune and fusing the true demon will and the frenzy will together. The bloodline is still that of the human race. As for the bloodline conflict you mentioned, it should not happen." Speaking of this, Lu Kuan's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. "That's because we humans also have a special bloodline ability," Yi Futian said. Hong Yuntian was stunned and said, "The bloodline ability of the human race? The human race is born with a weak physical body and is the weakest among the known races. Whether it is the demon race, or the nether insect race, they're all stronger than us. What kind of ability can we have?" Lu Kuan felt the powerful bloodline in his body, looked at Hong Yuntian, and said word by word, "Compatibility. The bloodline ability of the human race is incomparably strong in compatibility. Hong Yun-tian said blankly, "Compatibility?" Lu Kuan's eyes shone with a strange brilliance. The long-armed giant ape, the long-armed demon ape, the demon emperor bloodline, and that kid Xiangshan's earth-shaking bear bloodline, these are all existences that are much stronger than the human race's physical body. But have you noticed that when a body cultivator's physical body reaches a certain level, it can be compatible with them, and their own bloodline shows no signs of collapse? When that kid Xiangshan was still at the martial artist stage, he changed his bones with the giant spirit bear, and his internal organs were almost devoured to death by the backlash. But as his physical body improved, his bloodline gradually changed, and there were no more bloodline conflicts and backlash. Hearing this, Hong Yun-tian muttered, "Because the physical body becomes stronger, the characteristics of the human race bloodline become stronger." Lu Kuan nodded slightly and continued, "We body cultivators can do this, but the demon beasts are different. For example, the ape demon beasts and the sea demon race have shocking conflicts in their bloodlines. Recklessly devouring and refining the blood essence will be counterproductive." Lu Kuan recalled that when that level 8 Mirage Spirit sea demon had tried to refine his essence blood, its bloodline had exploded and it had died. He paused for a moment, then continued. It is said that in the ancient times of the immortal cultivation world, which should be the era of the wise stone monkey, there was a half-demon race among the human race that had the bloodline of both the human race and the demon race. But because the demon race's bloodline Abijna consumed a large amount of the human race's blood essence, there was no real body tempering cultivation method at that time. Under the continuous loss of the physical body, this bloodline finally declined and died out. And Brother Hong, you, with a mere human race body, borrowed the origin formation of the demon race. How can you cultivate such a terrifying blood-chi demonic power that can devour the flesh of the demon race and the demon race? All of this shows that the human race bloodline is special. It has unparalleled compatibility. My long-armed demon ape bloodline, Xiangshan's earth-shaking bear bloodline, and your true demon bloodline can achieve such a physical body. The powerful compatibility of the human race bloodline has been silently playing a role. Although this compatibility is very small in the beginning, as the physical body improves, it will become more and more powerful. Lu Kuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Although I don't know what it is like to face the foreign races of the upper realm, but at present, the bloodline of the demon race and the demon race, as well as the power of will that belongs to their races, are all compatible with the human race bloodline. In the past, I didn't have such a clear judgment, but now that I think about it, it is precisely the compatibility of the human race bloodline that silently plays a role that gives me the confidence to be able to fuse the frenzy will and the true demon will in the bloodline and create a brand new bloodline of will. Hearing Lu Kuan's words, Hong Yun-tian recalled his cultivation in the middle stage of devil change. The human race bloodline and the demon race's essence did not encounter any obstacles, and the process of fusion seemed to be in perfect harmony. He could not help but murmur, "I understand now. With such a powerful compatibility, although our human race bloodline is weak in the beginning, its room for growth is beyond imagination." Chapter 1334. The Broken Kingdom. This place was very different from a few decades ago. In a vast land that was comparable to the Great Zhou dynasty, a small half of the area was shrouded in purplish-black fog, and there were flashes of special lightning energy from time to time. The entire Broken Kingdom was divided into two areas by the purplish-black fog. The northwest area was almost entirely shrouded in demonic fog. As for the other areas, the spiritual energy that flowed out from the spatial cracks became more and more pure, while the demonic chi became thinner and thinner. The two areas, one black and one white, were clearly separated. It seemed that behind the spatial cracks of the Broken Kingdom, The two types of energy that repelled each other were squeezing out the spiritual energy in the demonic fog area. Although the demonic fog had been expanding over the years, the cultivators did not wait for death. They set up a large-scale forbidden formation near the entrance of the Broken Kingdom. This was the strongest formation that the human cultivators could use in the current cultivation world, the minor Big Dipper 36 formation. It was made up of 36 nodes, and each node had to be overseen by a great cultivator. At the core of the formation, there were even 3 pseudo-soul formation cultivators personally presiding over it. This formation covered an area of more than 100 miles. If an enemy intruded, the formation would activate 6 types of powerful spells that could only be used by soul formation cultivators. Although this minor Big Dipper formation was very powerful, it was only a weakened version passed down from ancient times. Legend had it that during the most prosperous period of the cultivation world, the real minor Big Dipper 36 formation was overseen by 36 soul formation cultivators. Not only did it have 36 types of spells, but its power was also very terrifying. But now, the spiritual energy in the cultivation world had dissipated, and the cultivator's strength had declined. Even if all the powerful sects in the cultivation world worked together, they could barely construct the minor Big Dipper formation. Moreover, the reason this formation could operate was because of the expansion of the purplish-black demonic fog, which caused the spiritual energy in the other areas of the Broken Kingdom to become denser. In the outermost area of the minor Big Dipper formation, the stronghold closest to the demonic fog was an area with 3 mountain peaks as the core. This area was shrouded in ice crystal-colored fog, and the cold energy not only spread in all directions, but also rose into the sky. Under its influence, the clouds in the sky within a radius of 20 miles emitted a misty white halo. Ice-blue snowflakes floated down. Each snowflake contained a trace of yuan qi. Not only did it interfere with the detection of divine sense, it also contained a bone-piercing power of the ice attribute. On this day, on a mountain peak in the stronghold, 2 men were sitting in a pavilion and playing chess. One of them was dressed in a white brocade robe. He had a dignified appearance. He held a folding fan in one hand and a white chess piece in the other. His body was emitting a faint and powerful mana. This person was the master of the Northern Yuan sect, Lu Jinyuan. The other person was a burly man in a light yellow robe. Although there were no mana fluctuations around him, his entire body exuded an extremely sharp aura, like a top-grade sword treasure. He was Huang Shaoyan, a first-generation disciple of the Body Refining Pavilion. He threw down a black chess piece and said casually, "Brother Lu, how's your cultivation of the secret art you've researched from the Vajra arts? How much of an effect does it have on the body?" Hearing this, Lu Jinyuan picked up a white chess piece and said, "Under the joint research of fellow cultivators and the soul formation stage seniors, we can already use the power of the nascent soul in the body. According to the order of blood, muscles, bones, and organs, we can refine and nurture them. Although, because of the weakness of the body, each refinement time is not long, but it has indeed improved the strength of the body. According to the calculations of the soul formation stage seniors, as long as we subtly nurture the body for 100 years, not only will the body have the strength of 10,000 pounds, but the strength will also increase by a lot." Huang Shaoyan was stunned and said, 10,000 pounds of strength. This is equivalent to the body cultivator at the peak of the muscle refining stage. You cultivators are so powerful. Although you can't cultivate the Vajra arts, you can use this technique to enhance the effect of body refinement. The white-robed man sighed and said, "Speaking of which, we have to thank Master Lu for selflessly releasing the introductory technique of body refinement. Moreover, under the lead of the Body Refining Pavilion, this minor Tiangang formation has gathered 36 great cultivators and 3 soul formation stage seniors. We can easily communicate with each other and discuss the technique. More importantly, Master Lu has also participated in several discussions. Under these conditions, we were able to develop this secret technique of body refinement for the nascent soul stage cultivators. This technique has already been spread out through the Tianyuan market. In the near future, all the nascent soul stage cultivators in the cultivation world will have their bodies improved by a level. According to Master Lu, this secret technique of body refinement still has a lot of potential. If it is spread out, maybe there will be a genius who could develop a way to strengthen the body of the core formation stage cultivators. At the end of his words, Lu Jinyuan's eyes were filled with deep admiration. Master Lu is so selfless. He deserves to be called the ancestor of body refinement. Huang Xiaoyan said proudly, "Of course, the war with the demon race is coming. Master is concerned about the human race. He wants to take this opportunity to improve the overall strength of the human race in the cultivation world." At this point, he chuckled and said, "Oh right, I also heard that you guys have researched a lot of other things. For example, you guys have improved the mana shield so that it can greatly isolate the vibrations of sound. You guys have also added a special miniature spell formation in the artifact so that it can prevent a huge force from affecting the mind." Hearing this, the chess piece in Lu Jinyuan's hand paused. He said with a slightly embarrassed expression, "This is the research of the soul formation stage seniors. They said it can better fight against the demon race. It is not targeted at body refinement cultivators." Huang Xiaoyan didn't care and said, "It's okay. These methods have some effect on low-level body refinement cultivators, but not on bone transformation stage cultivators. All right, if Brother Lu has any doubts about the body, feel free to ask me. Although I can't compare to Master, I am at least a bone transformation stage body refinement cultivator. My understanding of the body is not bad." Lu Jinyuan put down the chess piece. He hesitated and said, "Brother Huang, I have a doubt in my heart. I don't know if I should say it." Huang Xiaoyan looked at the chessboard. He didn't raise his head and said, "Say it. There is no taboo or taboo." Lu Jinyuan said, "Although Master Lu did not disclose the core cultivation method of body refinement, he has told us the overall idea of body refinement without reservation. Is he not afraid that cultivators will create new body refinement methods based on his ideas? If there is a body refinement cultivator with both magic power and a very strong body, wouldn't the status of the body refining pavilion be affected?" Huang Xiaoyan chuckled and asked, "Brother Lu, isn't the Demon King a body refinement cultivator? Master used the pseudo-soul formation stage to defeat these Demon Kings. So what if there is a body refinement cultivator among the cultivators?" Lu Jinyuan was stunned. It seemed so. He had been thinking these days. If a nascent soul stage cultivator had the body of a bone transformation stage body refinement cultivator, how powerful would they be? But he didn't think of the demon race. Huang Xiaoyan continued, "The demon emperor of the demon race focuses on cultivating the body, while the demon king cultivates magic power. But because of the demon race's talent, the demon king's body strength is comparable to a bone transformation stage body refinement cultivator. The body refinement cultivator you think of is at most the same as the demon king. The demon emperor is equivalent to a body refinement cultivator like us who focuses on the body. Although the early stage demon emperor and the early stage demon king are the same realm, the difference between the two is like heaven and earth. The great elder once said that in ancient times, the demon emperor could control the demon spirit Yuan Qi at the same time because of his terrifying body. Even a soul formation stage cultivator would be at a disadvantage against him. Demon Emperor. Lu Jinyuan had heard of this existence in the ancient books of the Northern Yuan sect. He immediately understood what Huang Xiaoyan meant. Huang Xiaoyan said again, "The strength of a high-level body refinement cultivator is mainly reflected in the source of the body. Its most important magical power is to borrow power from the void. The human race is not like the demon race. Their bodies are naturally weak. In addition, the cultivators have a golden core or a nascent soul. It is almost impossible to produce this kind of power. But if the cultivator does not have the help of the source of the body, Even if the strength of the body is close to that of a high-level body refinement cultivator, the strength is similar to a metamorphosis stage monster. When fighting with the body, most of the magic power in the body is used to offset dozens or millions of pounds of reaction force. The remaining magic power is at most used to enhance the limited magic weapon in the hand. The efficiency of energy utilization is even less than that of a demon cultivator. After listening to this, Lu Jinyuan seemed to understand something. I understand. The advantage of a cultivator is to use magic weapons, spells, magical powers, and all kinds of secret techniques to attack the opponent from a distance. Forcibly learning the fighting style of a body refinement cultivator is a bit of putting the cart before the horse. Huang Xiaoyan looked down at the chessboard and said, "Yes, but if you can improve the body, you still have to improve it. At least you won't die so easily." Damn, we lost this game again. How did you cultivators make this game of Go? Calculating and calculating, it's really a headache. Lu Jinyuan laughed involuntarily and said, "It's just casual entertainment. Besides, this game of Go came from Buddhism. Those monks are the real experts in Go." Buddhism? No, let's play another game. An invisible force surged in front of Huang Xiaoyun and separated the black and white pieces again. But at this time, the jade table under the chessboard suddenly shone with a shocking blue light and a strong spatial aura. The two of them were stunned at first, but then their faces changed greatly. What a strong spatial fluctuation! It comes from the depths of the broken nation. Could it be that the demon race has arrived? So fast, it's only been 80 years. Go and report it. Then, a white jade voice transmission talisman appeared in the hands of Huang Xiaoyun and Lu Jinyuan at the same time. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.